And we are live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first electronic regular council meeting. So we are making a little history this morning. And I will ask for everybody's patience as we work through technologies. We are on a learning curve, and it will take us a little while to get further up on the curve to high efficiency. But I want to begin by thanking administration. I think it's Leslie and Lana mostly, Rob, but there are others involved, for all the work that's gone into this prior to the meeting taking place. People may not realize that it's measured in weeks of effort, and it is recognized and appreciated by council.
Thank you.
The next thing is that we are in a regular meeting, and this is technology, and I want everyone listening to be well advised that not all of the MD is equally available to this platform. Some people will be easily available to it, some people with more difficulty, and there are probably some places in the MD that if they don't have satellite services, they won't be able to connect this way. So while it's useful, it is not 100% complete. The next thing I would like to say is that the meeting is being recorded. So this is a public meeting. There is a public record on as an audio record and video record, I believe. And we will be producing minutes from this meeting that will be examined and approved at the next meeting. We will be having a break. So in order to keep things organized, there will be a 10-minute break announced around 10:15, in which case we can go and catch up on whatever it is we need to catch up in our own places and come back to the meeting 10 minutes later. Because getting on and off this platform takes a little effort, as we found out this morning, you still are advised to mute your microphones and to shut down your cameras in that 10-minute break. I think we can get through the agenda this morning, and we can get to noon hour. And if we are near noon hour or slightly going into noon hour, I think that it's best that council plow on and get the agenda completed today, rather than taking a noon hour break. If we have to take a noon hour break, it will be a very abbreviated one, about 20 minutes. Can I ask all people participating by voice and by video, when we change to a new speaker, for instance, Dean Cooper, please give the machine a clue, and here's how you do it. Dean Cooper speaking, Reva, the MD of Bighorn, or Rob Ellis speaking, CIO of Bighorn. That gives the machine about 10 seconds to start changing pictures around so that the meeting is going with all the visual and auditory clues. Without that, there's a delay and some things would be lost. We are going to open the meeting now. It's at 9:05. Calling the meeting to order. And councillors, you have an agenda before you, and there are some changes to the agenda, slight changes. And the first one I would like you to take a look at is item B6. It talks about minutes previously circulated, and there are none of these to be addressed. So B6 can be dropped from the agenda, Rob?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. The next one is there anything that there are some declared conflicts of interest or biases that might be perceived, not necessarily real? Eric, you had one?
Yes, I would wish to not be involved in the discussion involving the center.
Okay.
I'm looking for the place on the agenda. Oh, that or the crossing. I mean, yes, G1. G1 I prefer to not be involved in.
Okay. And I have one. It's a request by a citizen requesting the reimbursement of fees for a lot in South Exshaw. Because I'm a near neighbor and because I know both the agent and the seller well, I am backing away from that discussion. And Paul Clark, are you prepared to be Reeve? As Deputy Reeve to run the meeting at that point? Okay. So we'll give you time to overlap.
I
Mr.
have a
Chairman,
question of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
So, Councillor Butters, I understand why you would recuse yourself from the discussion on the crossing, but for administration, will that not then exclude Councillor Butters from being involved in the public hearings for the same?
Yes, it would.
yeah, and I neglected to give the reason, and I should have. The reason is I have two grandkids who work part-time at the crossing.
And I really appreciate that, Eric. I think that we have to be not only seen to be above approach, but actually above it. So thank you for keeping the business of the organization straightforward. Appreciate that. Anything from administration now, Rob?
Through the chair, no changes from administration.
Okay. Any changes to the agenda from councillors? Starting with Paul Clark.
No, sir.
Okay. Eric Butters, councillor.
None?
Okay. Paul Ryan, councillor.
None.
Lisa Rosfeld, councillor.
No, thank you.
Okay. Great. So you have an amended agenda before you with some declared conflicts of interest or bias and perceived bias. And we're going to ask for a motion now to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Councillor Ryan,
Deputy
so
Reeve
moved.
Clark.
Okay, I have Councillor Ryan with the motion to approve as amended. Is there any discussion? Calling the question, all in favor? Councillor Clark,
Yes.
Councillor Butters,
Yes.
Councillor Rosfold,
Yes.
Councillor Ryan,
Yay.
and myself, I am a yay. Thank you. We have quorum. We have a roll call of quorum. All councillors are present. The CIO is present, and a good number of administration are present. Is this the time that we should introduce people, Rob?
Actually, because I've just told Linda where she can access the people using the teams. The
Yep.
listing is complete there, so she has the listing.
Okay, so we don't have to take that step? We don't have to take that step?
You don't need to do the roll call.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, thank you for that. We have minutes of previous meetings. For the public that is listening, I want you to realize that some of these meetings were special meetings. In 14 years, I don't think I've had as many special meetings in a row as we've had in the last month or two. And these are very short meetings and with one item on the agenda. So they were not long meetings. They're not like this one. They were to keep the time limits for various purposes in the MD going. But the first one is March 10th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of March 10th? Councillor name, please.
Deputy Reeve Clark. Yes. I'll make that motion.
Motion is recognized to approve the minutes as presented. Is there any edits or omissions to be brought forward? I'm not hearing any, so let's do the roll call for that. Paul Clark.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if it would be more efficient if we just asked if there's anybody against the motion.
I can do that, but doesn't tell me one of my counselors is not necessarily in my visuals at all. So I would get auditory affirmation, but I wouldn't get visual affirmation.
Okay.
Is-
Well, I'm fine with the motion. Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is okay there, Eric?
Yes.
Butters, Counselor. Okay. Lisa Rosfeld, Counselor?
I was absent for that council meeting, so I can't support the
Okay.
motion.
Thank you. And now I have your picture. Paul Ryan, Counselor?
In favor.
And Dean Cooper Reeve, in favor. All right, looking at March 10th, public hearing minutes. These.
I'll move.
This,
Councillor Ryan, I'll move the minutes.
okay, thank you, Paul, for the public. This public hearing was in the regular council meeting. So we adjourned the regular council meeting and then had a hearing. And we had two of them, in fact. So this is the first of two. I have the minutes being from Paul Ryan, and it is as presented. Discussion. Let's do the roll call again. Paul Clark?
Yes.
Counselor?
Yes.
Eric Butters, Counselor?
Yes.
Paul Ryan, Counselor?
Yay.
And Lisa Rosfeld, Counselor?
I was absent that day.
Okay. Yes, that's true. Thank you for reminding me. And I approve the minutes as well. Thank you. So those minutes are approved. Following the next public hearing was following the first on March 10th. We have minutes for those. They're very short minutes because it wasn't a long public hearing. Do I have a motion for that hearing?
So moved. Eric.
I have it from Eric Butters, Councillor Eric Butters, as presented. Going down the roll call again, Paul Clark.
Yes. Approved.
Eric Butters,
Yes.
Paul Ryan,
Yay.
and Lisa Rosfeld.
Again, the same day, so I was absent from that hearing.
Okay. And myself, as Reeve, Dean Cooper, approved. So that motion is approved. Moving on to March 30th, which is a special council meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Lisa Roosevelt makes the motion.
Okay, Lisa, thank you. Councillor Rosfeld, and discussion. Calling the question. Roll call. Paul Clark.
I wasn't at that meeting,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Eric Butters.
Not present.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Okay. Paul Ryan.
Yay.
Okay. Lisa Rosfeld.
Yes.
Yes, you made the motion, and yes, and Dean Cooper, the answer is yes. And to clarify the record, we had 3 of 5 councillors there, so we had quorum for that meeting. They have voted accordingly. The next one is April 28th special council meeting. Okay. So again, a very short council meeting for the purpose of extending deadlines, etc. Motion to approve that those minutes from somebody that attended.
Councillor Ryan, so moved.
Okay, I have them from Councillor Ryan. Discussion? Not hearing any. Have to go through the roll call. Sorry, it's a little inefficient, but it's necessary. Paul Clark.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that meeting either.
Okay. The next one is Eric Butters,
Not
Councillor.
present.
Okay. Next one is Lisa Rosfeld.
I wasn't present for that meeting.
You weren't present?
No.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I actually believe Councillor Roosevelt was there.
Not on the 28th.
So, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, there were 3 councillors present at that meeting.
Dean, Eric, and Paul.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I was there. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
That's right, I drove up for that.
Well done,
Sorry.
Councillor Rossville. Let's go back to Eric. Eric, you were present and you are voting
In favor?
in favor. And Councillor Rossville was not in attendance and is not giving a vote on this one. And I was in attendance and I approved the minutes as well. So the minutes are approved as presented. So number 6, B6, has been eliminated from the agenda. The next one is Councillor Reports, and Council, to abbreviate this meeting, has decided not to present Councillor Reports. Is that correct? Any objections to that? I'm not hearing any objections. So moving on to the next item of business, which is item D, which is a request to rename Gonzo Road. Gonzo Road is in the MD of Bighorn. It is up by Ghost Lake. It's a very short piece of rural road. We have a staff report that describes that.
Mr. Chairman, I move staff rec.
Okay, staff rec is recognized by Councillor Eric Butters.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, people that may be watching remotely may not understand the term staff rec.
Okay.
So I believe that Councillor Butters is making the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Yes. Yes. As in the documents that are public at this point. So we have staff recommendation. Bill Luca, I believe that you're Director of Operations, and this is your report. Have you anything to add?
No, I have nothing to add if council was approving the staff recommendation.
Council, have you any questions of Mr. Luca? I'm not hearing any. Do I have a motion? I think I had it from Eric. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. If there is no discussion, we're going to call the question. So the question is for staff recommendation, and I will start with Paul Clark first.
Yes, agree.
I will start then with Eric Butters next.
In favor?
I will go to Lisa Rossville next,
In favor.
and to Paul Ryan next,
Yay.
and to Dean Cooper, myself. Yes. Motion is carried 5-0, and we're moving on in the agenda. Next item in the agenda is not E. We have no delegations. We have no unfinished business. And now we're moving on to G1 on page 18 of your booklets, your packages.
This is where I exit.
Yes, let the minutes recognize that Councillor Eric Butters has vacated or recused himself. We'll see you in a few minutes, Eric. Thank you. Leslie, is Councillor Eric away from his microphone and video? Okay, then we will proceed in his absence. We have a report before you. Whose report is it?
It's my report. This is Jenny Kasperwitz, Development
Yes.
Planner.
Thank you, Jenny. I just trying to catch up on pages here. Okay.
Can you tilt your screen down a bit, Jenny? You're cutting off half your head. Sorry, turn it
A lot
up.
better.
No, tilt it up.
Up.
I'm sorry. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, so would you introduce your report, please, Jenny?
Yes, thank you. So this is first reading of proposed bylaw 05Z20. And this is an amendment to the direct control 4 district in the land use bylaw. I'll give you a bit of background on this application. The MD received a land use bylaw amendment application from Civic Works Planning and Design on behalf of the landowner, the Crossing at Ghost River. to amend the current direct control district. The proposed amendment will provide an opportunity to diversify business operations while increasing the capacity throughout the year for the crossing to run a viable business. The crossing is located on a portion of northeast and northwest, section 27, 26, range 6, west of the 5th meridian. And it's about 5 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Benchlands. It's currently used as a retreat facility and event facility with ancillary uses such as retail and a restaurant. The property has 7 buildings associated with the retreat. The applicant had submitted a supporting report to go along with this proposed land use bylaw amendment. So you do have that supporting report in your council package. The applicant states that in order to become a viable business, they need to reach 40 to 45% occupancy during the year. And in order to do this, they state that they need to achieve different types of group bookings in addition to the retreat and event uses. They're not proposing to build new structures or increase density, rather to propose a new use to the district, which would be visitor accommodation. The applicant states that the retreat use would still be their primary focus, but visitor accommodation would be supplementary to that main use. The proposed amendments are attached in bylaw 05Z 20 and as a redlined version in the supporting report. And so I'll just go over those briefly. There are additional additions. So the first one is the addition of visitor accommodation as a permitted use for up to 15 rooms per night. The increase in major events to 25 from 10 and removing 15 minor events in total. The applicant had stated that the crossing isn't currently using minor events where I believe the cap was about 30 participants. They stated that there was more interest in major events, especially if you have a wedding or something. Usually the capacity is about 50 or 60 people. There also a change is to allow up to 75 guests for events, to extend the maximum stay for events to up to 7 nights, remove the 24-hour restriction on events, and its extension of a 2-year trial period for the development permit with the ability to apply for 5-year permits following the trial permit. So administration had to look through the proposed amendments, and we did recommend 2 changes to those, which are reflected in the attached bylaw in your package, and those we've kept highlighted. So instead of visitor accommodation being a discretionary use, a permitted use, we've recommended that this be a discretionary use. And this just means that council has the application for a development permit would go to council for decision rather than the development officer. Council does have the ability for all applications that go to them in the district, the DC4 district, to hold a public hearing. It's not necessary, but you do have the option. The second recommendation was to provide timeframes for the visitor accommodation use, similar to what's written into the district for events. So we've recommended that the initial development permit be issued for a trial period of 2 years. And then after that, when they come back to renew the development permit, they can be issued for up to 5 years at the discretion of the development authority. So that would be at the discretion of council. There has been some public consultation already by the applicant. Prior to submitting the application, the applicant held individual meetings with surrounding neighbors. An open house was held by the applicant on May 21st, 2019 at the crossing at Gross River. 6 community members attended, and 4 were generally supportive or had no objections to the proposal. 1 landowner indicated non-support to any expansion of the scope and provided recommendations on the amendment to alleviate concerns. And these have been summarized in the supporting report in your council package in attachment 1. Administration also circulated this proposed amendment to several agencies and internally. So the MD of Bighorn departments, Alberta Transportation, Alberta Health Services, Alberta Environment and Parks, Alberta Culture, Cochrane Lake Gas Co-op, and Fortis Alberta. Some of these were listed on the land title. I've included the comments in the staff report. I won't go through each one, but they are in there if there are any questions. And then should this bylaw receive first reading, a public hearing is required in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. Now, council, if council chooses to take this to public hearing, they will be setting a date and time and location for the public hearing. Administration does have a date and location in mind. However, I'll open this up to any questions first, and then we can discuss that.
Council, I would like to start with a motion for staff recommendation 1, which is to give first reading. Do I have a councillor that is coming forward with that motion?
Councillor Roosevelt will.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Roosevelt. The motion is on the floor and now available to discussion. Questions of our community development officer, starting with, let's start with Lisa and come around to the other end.
For sure. Jenny, I'm just curious, oh, my questions just disappeared here. Does this DC district have any other homes or businesses located in it?
The district itself is only for the crossing, so it's only that 1 quarter section. So anything that changes in the district will only affect the crossing.
Okay. And another question I have is, what is the 24-hour restriction that is being removed?
Sure, I'll just pull that up here.
Councillor Clark, I think we can all hear you flipping the pages.
Thank you.
So there was, if you go to the redlined version under events, it should be crossed out, 39.6.2. There's, it states that event program does not exceed a 24-hour period. So this was a bit difficult even before this proposed district amendments, because let's say you had a wedding, typically the guests would come on a Friday, the event was the wedding on a Saturday, and they would leave on a Sunday. So it was a bit of a gray area because the event itself did last more than 24 hours. So it was a bit confusing for administration and the applicant. This would remove that event program of 24 hours and allow them to have, let's say, a rehearsal dinner on Friday night, and then a wedding, and then maybe a barbecue on Sunday or something like that. Okay. So that's where it comes from within the district.
Okay. And then I've got one more question. Just with regards to the direct control 4, if the crossing is the only business that is found in this direct control district, why does administration feel that accommodation units or the visitor accommodation unit would be better under sorry, where is my notes here? Would be better under discretionary versus permitted?
Yeah, and that would be just because of the rural nature of the crossing. So it is surrounded by agricultural uses and acreages. So typically visitor accommodation is a permitted use in commercial districts, like let's say the Dead Man's Flats Highway Commercial District. In that case, visitor accommodation is permitted because we're assuming that it's a commercial use and it's an allowable use. In this case, we're just a bit more hesitant because it is new to the district. It would mean that there could be nightly or weekend visitors apart from the retreat. So we were just being a bit cautious. It doesn't mean that council has to go with the recommendation because the district does allow the administration to refer any development permit, even if it's permitted, to council. So if we feel comfortable referring it to council, we can do that as well if it is left as permitted. So it was just a bit of a, because it's a new use, we just wanted to be a bit cautious.
Do you know if, or does administration know if that would impact how the crossing does business in terms of having it fall under permitted or discretionary use?
Their preference is to keep it in permitted use. It is a bit less time consuming if it's a permitted use because the development officer can approve it. And you don't have to wait for it to go to a council meeting for approval. So the applicant does prefer that it stay in permitted use, and that's why it's open for discussion there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Jenny, your audio is coming through very clear. Your video is has stills and motion combined. So we're getting your message. We're not always following with the video.
Oh,
I don't
sorry
know
about that.
Yeah, it's not your fault, but we'll work it through as long as you know. Paul Ryan.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Reeve. So Jenny, can you maybe, because there are people that are chiming in here that may not understand some of the implications of what a direct control district actually does in planning. And so council is not required to have a public hearing, but can you explain to the listening public what happens when council makes a decision on something that's in the direct control district in terms of the appeal process?
So the appeal process, and I'll just get Jared to correct me if I'm wrong here, but there is no appeal on the direct control district development permits. And I just have to double check on that in our land use bylaw.
Well, you're correct.
Sorry.
And would it be fair to say that neither the applicant nor any members of the public have the ability to appeal a council decision in a direct control district?
Correct.
Yeah, and I second that. I second Jenny's response on that. It's Jared Castle, by the way.
Jared is our senior planner. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi there. Paul, any more questions?
Yeah, actually, I knew the answer to the question. I just needed to be stated for the record by our planning department.
Yes, I appreciate that.
So Jenny, I do have a question for you. So this is in a direct control district right now. So can you tell me why this is not coming forward to us to ask the whole thing to be zoned as visitor accommodation? Because what I read in here right now, some people could construe that to mean that you're actually turning this into a resort destination as opposed to a retreat. So why is the designation that you're recommending being chosen over, say, just a zoning of visitor accommodation, just like we have with some of the hotels up in Harvey Heights?
Yeah, so we don't actually have a district that would be that would fit this use, and that's why direct control districts are created. It gives council the ability to spot zone specific areas of land. As I mentioned, the other districts that have visitor accommodation within them include the Deadman's Flats Highway Commercial District, the Harvey Heights Highway Commercial District. So in addition to visitor accommodation, these districts also have other commercial uses like retail, gas station. They could have a multitude of other uses within that. So we don't actually have a zoning that's specifically for visitor accommodation. To propose that, I don't think that's in the applicant's intent either, because they would still like to run this as a retreat as their main business, but due to the current economy, that's not working right now. So they are looking for other options, including visitor accommodation. So in terms of zoning, this, like I mentioned, this is in a more rural area. We didn't have an appropriate district to contain this. So that's why a direct control district was chosen.
More questions, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So then for clarity, Jenny, are you saying that there is no current land use designation that that particular property would fit into?
Not that I know of. We also have to look at if we did propose another land use district, like a highway commercial district, that would open up a lot more commercial uses, because the districts that we have standard in the land use bylaw, once you change one item about it, they're not site specific. So you would change, everyone would be allowed the same uses within the district. Direct control district is a bit different because this quarter section is the only quarter section that has these rules and regulations formed by council.
Okay, another question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Jenny, when you were just speaking to this, you talked about economic viability. And I don't, maybe this is a question for Jared. Is economic viability a valid reason to approve a development?
Jenny, I'll answer that. When we're evaluating applications, development applications, no, we don't consider economic viability in our evaluation. We focus on land use and its appropriateness within context of the surrounding area, of the neighbors, and of the supporting infrastructure. So it may be a reason why the applicant is applying for it, but it's not considered in part of our evaluation. We're not economists, nor do we pretend to be. We are land use planners, and therefore we focus on the community and the appropriateness of land use within the context of the area.
Thank you for that. And so just for clarity then, Jenny, when you were talking about economic viability, that was not something that it was your opinion, it was the applicant's rationale.
Correct. Yeah. In my report, I stated that the applicants, this is the reason why the applicant wants to apply for this, in their opinion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go to Paul Clark now. Councillor Clark, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question, and it's a pretty simple one, I think. If this were to go ahead, and I know we have to go through the public hearing, and that would be very appropriate, so that all of the people that were involved would have the opportunity to speak or submit some form of document that would support or request that this be denied. So my question is Jenny, under this request, does that mean that a single couple could reserve and stay at accommodation there for up to 7 days?
Correct. So the crossing has 27 rooms in total. Only 15 of those rooms would be dedicated for visitor accommodation. And it means that they could stay, the events are up to 7 nights. But I don't believe there was a restriction on the number of nights that you could stay for visitor accommodation. And I'm just going to double check that right here in the district. So no, currently there's no restriction on visitor accommodation stays. So someone could come for the weekend and stay in one of the 15 rooms. But once they reach that capacity of 15 rooms, they can't start using the other remainder rooms for visitor accommodation. But the 7 days was for the events guests.
Okay. So that particular person that stayed there for one night or 4 nights or whatever would also be fed there, or they would be serving meals there for small parties.
Yeah, they could eat there. The restaurant, just to clarify, it's not a restaurant that you could come as just a random member of the public. You would have to be staying
Right.
there as part of one of their events or retreats or visitor comms. Yeah.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If I have no questions. I have some comments. It should be realized that this is not the only direct control situation in the MD of Bighorn. There are several, and this one has been direct control for some number of years. So it isn't direct control is the new thing. It's carrying forward direct control into these new documents. I think the important thing is now to get the question to the public to come forward with their observations and concerns. So I have the recommendation, number 1. Was it Paul Clark that made it?
No, it was Lisa.
Was Lisa? Okay, Lisa has it. Any more discussion?
I have a process question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So if we are to support this and then decide to have a public hearing, what would happen if we still have a restriction on the amount of people that can be at a public gathering? So if we set it, I know there's a window on the calendar that says it can be no less than this many days. What would happen if we set a date for a public hearing and we still have a restriction on public gatherings? Do we then cancel the public hearing and move it back? Or do you, under the Municipal Government Act, have a requirement to process this application in a certain period of time?
That would go to the CAO, Rob Ellis.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ryan. We've actually been struggling with this question ourselves. If we were to have the public hearing at the end of June, we are hoping that we would have complete guidelines from the province of Alberta for the re-entry of staff coming into the building, and also how we deal with the public hearing. So we're still waiting for that. If we have a public hearing, we'll have to have social distancing, and yes, the 15-person rule is in effect at the moment. I don't know what it will be towards the end of January. Failing having an in-person public hearing, we can also have a virtual public hearing, of which we are actually participating today, and we could actually make one of those work. However, there are some logistics, obviously, with people with Wi-Fi connections in wards 3, 4, anywhere else actually in the MD. So that's still a question, and I do thank the council for raising that.
So just for clarity then, so we will strive to do it, and if something happens that we can't do it, do we have the legal ability to then cancel that public hearing and reschedule it?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
So the question is before us. I'm going to call the question. We have 1 recused councillor and 4 voting councillors. I will start with Paul Clark.
Yes, approved.
Then to Lisa Rosvold.
I support the motion.
And then to Paul Ryan.
Yay.
And I support the motion, considering that the documents that are before council are sufficient for the public to approach the question and have their say. That's the motion has succeeded on a 4-0 vote. Is there any problems with the recording secretary on that one?
No, I have everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ready to move on?
Need to set the date?
Oh, yes, the date. You seem to have, the planning department seems to have a date in mind for this, and it sounded like it was somewhere in June or July.
We had discussed a couple of dates mid-June. Thursday, June 11th is a possibility. And that would give advertising dates of the week of May 25th and the week of June 1st, because it needs to be advertised for 2 weeks under the Municipal Government Act.
Okay. All right. The suggestion coming from administration, from their point of view, is for June 14th, which is a Thursday. Where would
11th.
Or 11th? Where would it be located?
And this is what we were discussing. Potentially, this would be online, and then we were looking into the option of having a venue available, such as council chambers or Beaupre Hall, where those who do not have internet access could come and view and potentially be able to participate if they had questions in the public hearing. So that's what administration's been discussing, and no decisions have been made yet on that.
So council would be virtual, and the public would have access to council through a port at a particular location.
Potentially. We would still encourage the majority of community members to log in virtually, but for those who can't, we could possibly have a staff member run that hall and ensure that social distancing is still occurring with a maximum number of people who could view the online meeting and potentially call in.
Okay. So we need a place, a time, and a date. We have a date suggested. Do we have a time suggested?
Paul? Should be evening, Mr. Chair.
7 o'clock?
6 p.m. or 7 p.m.
Okay. Council, do you have a preference? Early, later?
No preference for me.
No preference.
I'm thinking 7.
That's fine with me.
Okay. So we have a date, we have a time, and we have a place, rather diffuse, in the sense that council will be virtual and the public will be at a location with the ability to approach the question.
Suggestion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, given that there may be a situation where we can't have a face-to-face public hearing, or we may be able to, can I suggest that we make the location Beaupre Hall? And then if we are still unable to have public meetings, then council can attend virtually, yet the public hearing can be called to order at Beaupre Hall, and then we can change it from there, if necessary.
Rob Ellis?
Yeah, through the chair, I've been listening to the conversation. My preference is for you to have that meeting later in June, just so we understand when the province rolls out its guidelines, that we are prepared for them. I'm a little concerned that we may not have the technology ready by the date suggested by the planning department. So I would push that meeting towards later in June, using the same times, of course, but a different date.
Okay. Can you suggest a date, Rob?
I would say the 24th.
So a little forward, not a lot.
Yes.
Okay. But that's about 2 weeks, right? Is that a Thursday?
No, if you want, you can do the 25th as a Thursday.
I can't do the 25th, Mr. Chair.
Okay. 24th is then a Wednesday?
Yes, it is.
I don't see any problem with Wednesday or Thursdays, as long as we can all be there. Any problems with being there, Lisa?
No, my only comment is I'm curious to know how long the whole process would take should the public hearing, like when would the next meeting be to go over the results of the public hearing and to have the next 2 readings proceed?
Through the chair would be in July, your July meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, regular council meeting in July, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, good question. We have Rob's suggestion for a little later. I'm going to see where, I need a motion first of all. Do I have it? I don't have a motion.
Councillor Clark, I'll make that motion.
Okay, the motion is for Wednesday, the 24th at 7 o'clock in the evening. And I heard Beaupre Hall, or did I not hear Beaupre Hall, Rob?
Dean. Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, you did hear Beaupre Hall.
Yeah.
I would say Beaupre Hall if it's an in-person meeting, and if it is going to be a virtual meeting, then we just mention it's a virtual meeting.
Okay. So it's a conditional Beaupre Hall.
If it's an in-person meeting.
Okay. Is that your motion, Councillor Clark?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Discussion? Not hearing any. Polling council? Before votes? Paul Clark?
Yes.
Paul Ryan?
Yay.
Lisa Rossvold?
Yes.
Myself, Dean Cooper, yes. That's 4-0. We're moving on. Thank you. Very good reports from administration, Rob. Thank you for that detail.
Well, thank you to my staff.
Okay, moving on the agenda, we are at 9:53, so we can do a few more things. We're now into page 100, which is tax rates, setting mill rates, and the next one is penalty bylaws and dealing with those. So page 100, is it?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Shana Tutt is our financial officer, and Shana, would you come into the conversation now, please?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Shana.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, is Councillor Butters back online?
No, we're going to wait for him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Or we set the mill rate.
I'm online. I
Okay.
think. You hear me?
Yes, you are, Eric. I haven't got your video yet, but I have your audio. So taking a look at page 100, this will be in 2 motions. They're very different motions. The first is for council to give first, second, permission for third and third reading to setting the rates for taxation for the year 2020. This is something we do every year, and it is a process that I think is generally well understood by council. Shana, would you like to introduce your report on that motion?
On that motion? Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you've stated, every year we have to adopt a tax rate bylaw that will authorize council to impose property tax to raise the revenues that are required for us to fund the operations and capital projects of the municipality as outlined in the approved budget. If you go to page 102, you will see a summary of the tax rate for the different categories, and at the bottom it will show you the full amount that we need to collect for the year is $6,355,940. I'm proposing that we set the municipal tax rate at 0.00189 for residential and 0.00707 for the non-residential. The requisitions for the designated industrial tax, education tax, and Bow Valley Regional Housing are all submitted to us from external, and we collect the monies and then forward it on to those organizations.
Okay. Shana, can you give any indication where these mill rates compare to last year?
There's a slight decrease from last year due to an increase in the assessment values again. We do have an increase in the overall budget from 2019 to 2020. However, just where the assessment values came in again, year after year, they've been slightly increasing, and that's why we need to do a slight adjustment to the mill rate.
Okay.
It's a very minimal change, though.
So the municipal budget was set in December?
Correct.
The assessments went out in?
February?
February.
Correct.
And now we're at the next stage in the process is setting mill rates, which is informed by both the budget and the assessments.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, you have a motion before you, which is number 1. Do I have a mover?
Well, we have to have taxes, Mr. Chair, so I'll move it.
Okay. The motion is staff recommendation, I take it, Paul?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. We have the motion before you, and we are now open discussion. Eric, I'll start with yourself.
No, we've been around this block. I'm comfortable with the information provided to us.
Okay, thank you. Paul Clark.
One question, Shana. What is the ratio of residential and non-residential?
Ooh, that's a good question. I believe it's actually about the same as last year. It's around a 4-to-1 ratio, rounded. It is under the 5-to-1. I don't have the exact calculation in front of me, but I did double check it. I think it's about 4.1-to-1 for every dollar of residential taxes collected to dollars of non-residential taxes collected. So it'd be 4 and a bit, or just under 4 of non-residential to $1 residential.
Okay, thank you, Shana.
Question.
That's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you. Going to Lisa Rosvold, please. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then finally to Paul Ryan.
So just for clarity, Mr. Chair, so we will set the tax rate. However, we are going to see a lot of non-residential properties that will have their revenues impacted by the current situation. So there are avenues to appeal. One is to appeal your assessment. And if a business believes that it has been severely affected by the current economic situation, Shana, can you tell me if they have the ability to appeal directly to council for a relief in their taxes based on hardship?
Anybody has a right to present most things to council. If you give me a second in the Municipal Government Act, I can check really quick here. So I know, I'm sure there's a section in the Act that says that they can appeal to council, and council has the right to, I just can't remember the exact wording of it. Council has the right to make a decision pertaining to adjusting taxes, adjusting penalties, etc. So I believe individuals would have the right to write into their council, and then council has the right to discuss it and vote on a decision on a case-by-case basis. I am hoping that with the reduction in mill rate, that will be helpful slightly. And also with the next bylaw that I'm presenting, I'm hoping that there will be, if it's approved, that there will be some temporary relief there as well, in that it gives a little bit more time for them to come up with the taxes. So.
I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So some municipalities now are adjusting their non-residential tax requirements to provide relief for commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial, non-residential taxes. So if the MD was to, say, reduce the non-residential taxes to accommodate that, where would that shift in tax burden go?
The shift in tax burden would go to the residential.
So if the municipality was to reduce non-residential taxes to accommodate them for an economic downturn, then the residential tax base would have to supplement that.
Yes.
Okay.
Or the municipality would. We would have to find a way to fund our budget. So if we were to decrease non-residential, then the burden would either fall onto the municipality to use reserves that they otherwise have set aside for capital and infrastructure projects, or they would have to collect it through the residential tax stream and seek permission if we were to. We would need ministerial permission to exceed that 5-to-1 ratio, from what I understand. So it could be a rather involved process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shanna.
Good. Just to recap some of the things that have been said, the budget was set in December. The assessments were set in February. We are now setting the mill rate today. Council has not heard from its auditors yet. When would we expect to hear from our auditors, Shana?
We are still working on the audit and likely will be presenting that this summer. We have an extension until October 1st to submit the financial information return. So we're trying to work through how an audit looks done virtually through electronic means rather than face-to-face exchange of documentation. So I believe the current plan is to have a draft prepared for sometime in June or late June, and hopefully the July council meeting would be a presentation of the audited financial statements.
The point I'm going to make is that the audited statements and the auditor's comments definitely inform the council as to the health and wealth within its organization. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So council is still awaiting information in this whole process of understanding 2020 factors that affect budgets and taxation. The next one I want to outline is that while council has the ability to isolate residential taxation to areas, to topographical areas, to hamlets, to whatever, in fact, the non-residential taxation cannot be segmented. Is that correct?
Correct.
So any changes in non-residential taxation would be for all areas of the MD, not specific to particular locations.
Correct.
Okay. The last one I want to get out on the table is heading where you were, which is the next decision. The government of Alberta has asked two things of the MD of Bighorn. One is to withhold taxation without penalty into later this year. What month is that?
They've given municipalities two different options. So one option was to defer the collection of all non-residential education taxes until October 1st. The other was to defer a combination of municipal and education taxes based on adding up to I believe the amount collected has to add up to more than 3 months worth of deferral. So the way that our mill rate is set up, we would have to defer until August to meet that combined requirement.
And the MD is, we're going to discuss that in a minute, but we're discussing budgets right now. Do either of those positions, if adopted, come without cost to the MD?
The MD has already paid the first quarter of the education property tax, which is for residential and non-residential. The next 2 invoices, from what I understand, that come from the province will show the deferred amount for the non-residential portion of the billing. And then in December, regardless of whether ratepayers have paid their taxes or not, we will have to pay the full remaining balance of the education requisition to the province.
And the MD, in order to cover those costs, has to find money within its budgets to pay off those rates?
They would have to be found not so much within the budget, but we would have to, if we haven't collected it from the ratepayer, then we would have to search for a method to fund it. So I would likely propose that it would be funded from our reserve accounts.
Okay, which would the reserves we have for a small MD are all invested. Would we lose the advantage of those interest rates if we remove the monies early?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so those are my questions. I think we're ready for the polling of the vote. Any further discussion? Not hearing it. Eric Butters?
In favor?
Paul Clark?
Yes, favor.
Okay. Lisa Rosvold?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Paul Ryan?
Yay.
Dean Cooper? Yes. We have a 5-0 tally on that vote. Moving on into the next part of this one, the second one, this is still yours, Shayna. Now we're looking into the deferment of taxation to the benefit of the ratepayers.
Sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Reeve Cooper.
Yeah.
The first one was looking for first, second, and third reading.
Oh, yes. I'm just back on my page. You're exactly right. All right, so that was first reading.
I'll
Now
move for second.
second reading is before us. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to poll for the vote. Calling Eric Butters.
Yeah, who's the mover?
Lisa.
Lisa.
Okay, thank you, yes. In favor.
Okay, Paul Clark.
Yes, proof. Yep.
Lisa.
I approve.
Usually you do with your own motion, but sometimes not.
Never know.
Never know. Paul Ryan.
In favor.
Dean Cooper. In favor. Permission for third reading now. Do I have that motion?
Eric Butters?
I have it from Eric. Thank you, Eric. Now calling the question. I don't hear discussion. So Eric, you're in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Paul Clark.
Yes.
Lisa Rosvold.
Yes.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
And Dean Cooper, yes. 5-0. We're now going for third reading. Do I have it?
Councillor Clark, third reading.
Okay. Motion is recognized. And the mover?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I believe you need to seek permission to move to third reading.
We did that.
We did that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. So going into third reading now. I have it from Paul Clark. Let's start with Eric.
In favor?
Paul Clark.
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
Dean Cooper. Yes. 5-0 vote. Congratulations to administration on a well-prepared report.
Thank you.
The next one, Shana, still belongs to you, which is the deferral of taxation. This requires 4 motions again. So do you want to outline the deferral, please, Shana?
Yes, thank you. So I am asking that council give first, second permission for third and third readings to bylaw 0820. This is to establish the due date and penalties for the 2020 tax year. As we discussed earlier, due to the COVID-19 pandemic remaining a provincial health emergency, the province has asked that municipalities consider deferring the collection of a combination of the municipal taxes and education taxes for non-residential properties. In my proposed bylaw, I am actually asking that administration consider deferring the collection of all taxes to the 31st of August. So that would be for both residential and non-residential taxes. And then penalties would be applied to any non-paid taxes on September 1st.
Okay, so thank you. Questions of administration?
I have one.
Okay,
So thank you for that, Shana. So if we defer collection until August and everybody decides they're going to wait till August, where does our bridge funding come from?
I would bridge that possibly from investments. We are hoping that people that can afford to pay their taxes continue to do so. As well, we do have monthly taxes that we collect from ratepayers. We haven't had very many requests for people
lost
to.
you.
Hello?
Yeah, I lost you there for a minute.
Oh, sorry about that. We collect monthly tax installment payments as well. So we've been collecting taxes from a group of ratepayers since January, and we continue to collect those monthly. And it's a prorated amount of their tax from the previous year, and then we balance it out for the remainder of the year. So we still have funds coming in, and if there was a need for some bridging, I've got money that has been invested specifically for cash needs.
Okay.
So just for clarity, Mr. Chair, so if we were using reserves for bridge funding and we cash some of them in, there are penalties and then a loss of interest. Do you anticipate that we would have to do that, or do we have enough liquidity right now to not require that?
I have liquidity right now. I don't have to tap into anything that would require us to cash an investment early. We have been working with our investment company on ensuring that we've had enough liquidity, particularly because we've been working so diligently on the flood mitigation projects. So rather than having a high balance sit in my regular bank account, I've transferred it to the investors and they have it in a high interest savings account. So I would just be transferring those funds back to the municipal account if required for the day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good question. Other councillors now, any questions? Who's first? Lisa?
I'll go first.
Okay,
Oh.
Paul? Go ahead, Paul.
I'll go first reading, please.
Okay, first reading is on the floor. All right, any other questions, Lo? I haven't heard from Eric.
No questions.
No questions. Lisa, no questions?
No questions, just a comment to support providing the relief for our residents and ratepayers. So thank you.
Okay. Call in a question. All in favor of first reading? Polling. Eric Butters.
In favor.
Paul Clark.
Yes, in favor.
Lisa Rosvold.
I'm in favor.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
Dean Cooper in favor. The 5-0 margin. Calling for second reading now. Do I have it?
Lisa Roosevelt can make it.
Okay, recognized by Lisa. Motion is before you. I don't think there's any discussion, but if there is, speak up. Calling the question then, coming around to Eric Butters,
In favor?
Paul Clark,
Favor.
Lisa Rosvold,
In favor.
Paul Ryan,
Yay.
Dean Cooper in favor, 5-0. Permission for third reading. Do I have it?
So moved from Eric Butters.
Have it from Eric Butters. Thank you, Eric. Calling the question, all in favor? Eric Butters,
Yes.
Paul Clark,
Yes.
Lisa Rosvold,
In favor.
Paul Ryan,
Yay.
Dean Cooper, yes. Was that permission for third reading?
Mhm.
No.
What was it? Second reading?
No, that was permission for third.
Permission for third
Oh,
reading.
sorry.
Now we're going to third reading. With this, the motion would be passed. Do I have
Move
the
third.
motion for third reading?
I'll move third.
I have it from Paul Ryan. Discussion? I'm not hearing any. Calling the question then, Eric Butters,
In favor?
Paul Clark,
Favor.
Lisa Rosvold,
I'm in favor.
Paul Ryan,
Yay.
Dean Cooper, yes, that is 5-0. Shayna, congratulations on your mill rate bylaws.
Thank you very much.
Well-written reports, again, very understandable. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are at break time, folks. Leslie, can you come in for a minute? Hello? Can you give us instructions to break now? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Yes. Yes. Try to come in a little earlier in case we have trouble getting our up and running, but give us an extra minute there. No, I don't want you to give us an extra minute. Let's regroup at 10:29 and be ready for 10:30. Okay. So you mute yourself and take your cameras off, and you've got 10 minutes, folks. Thank you.
Always a
are-
smart aleck.
Units in the. Okay, thank you. We are about to reconvene. We're waiting for quorum on council.
Paul Ryan, present.
Thank you, Paul. Are you back, Lisa?
I'm back, yes.
Thank you. Eric Butters?
How's that? Should work now.
Hear you now. Don't see you yet. Oh, there you are. Okay. I have quorum with council and all councillors present. Mr. CAO, are you ready, Mr. Ellis? Rob Ellis?
Yeah, ready to go, Reeve Cooper.
Ready to go? Okay, very good. Council, we are reconvened and we are on page 107. We have 18 items in section H to go through. Most of them will be, I think, quite speedy, but one or two might take more time. We are going to start with council payments, page 107. So taking a look at page 107, councillor payments are listed for you. For those coming in, these are for meetings that councillors attend at the understanding of council. So they vary from month to month, and sometimes you see a councillor with only 1 month there. A few people like myself might submit every second or third month. So it does vary from package to package. This is for honorarium and mileage. Do I have a motion from council for the payments?
Councillor Roosevelt makes the motion.
Okay, Councillor Rosfeld has the motion. Discussion.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Councillor Roswell, I understand you were part of the conference call and the resolutions as well, but I don't see that in your payments here.
I haven't submitted my February or March claims yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't want you to miss out.
Yeah, I think this one that Reeve Cooper was on was actually a pre-meeting before the voting of the resolutions that I was participating on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. February 21st. I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yes. I'm on the resolutions committee, so that's why you see that so many times on your page. I'm going to call the question if I can, starting with Eric Butters.
In favor.
Okay. Then to Paul Clark.
Yeah, in favor.
Then to Lisa Rosvold. Lisa? Hello, Lisa? Something's not working, Les, with Lisa. Hello, Lisa?
I think Lisa's
Lost the connection
frozen in
there.
time, Mr. Chair.
Pardon me?
I think Councillor Roosevelt was frozen in time on my screen.
Yes, that's what I see as well.
Oh,
Coming to,
I'm back.
yes, I barely hear you. You're breaking in and out, but I see you well now, and I probably hear you well now. So
Yeah, I had it out there for a moment. So yes, I support my motion.
okay. Paul Ryan,
In favor.
and Dean Cooper in favor. So those motions are carried 5-0. Moving on to item H2. H2 is specialized municipalities. The Rocky View County is seeking specialized municipal status. One of their requirements is to inform us and to ask us for opinion or support. And Jared, this is your report. So Jared Castle is senior planner for the MD. Jared, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and now I can see you. Would you explain your report, please?
Okay. On April 1st, 2020, administration received a letter from Rocky View County that the county was considering an application to municipal affairs to change the official municipal status from municipal district to specialized municipality. So Section 83 of the MGA describes that when a municipality has characteristics of more than one type, and the tools in the MGA, also known as the Municipal Government Act, do not meet the specific needs, then specialized municipal status can be considered by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. So on this one, the staff's recommendation is that council authorize administration to send a letter of non-objection to Rocky View County regarding its potential application to change its official municipal status from municipal district to specialized municipality. And I'm available for questions if you have them.
Okay. I'm going to get a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. I'm going to try to get a motion first. Can I have staff recommendation?
So moved, Eric Butters.
Eric Butters, so moved. Recognized. Now go ahead, Paul Clark.
Jared, does this have any implications to the MD of Bighorn?
No, I've spoken to Rocky View County and I've done my own research with regards to our intermunicipal development plan that we just recently approved with Rocky View County, as well as some research into the legislative changes that it would require Rocky View changing to a specialized municipality. And I don't believe that it has any implications for Bighorn.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Lisa, do you have any?
No questions, Reeve Cooper.
Paul Ryan?
In favor.
Okay. Well, I haven't called that yet, but Eric, I think you've had your say. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have a few things I want to add. First of all, thank you for a good report, and I want to acknowledge some of your familiarity with Rocky View as a county, Jared. I believe that you had some time of employment with that municipality.
Correct.
And we have others on staff that are have cross experience with municipalities too. So this is one of our really good neighbors. I think council has enjoyed, for the most part, almost completely, if not completely, their relationship with Rocky View. There are 6 of these specialized municipalities in Alberta, and I believe this would make a 7th. Most of them are in northern Alberta. 2 of them are in central Alberta, and 1 of them is in southern Alberta already. The one that is most like Rocky View is the county of Strathcona, that includes Sherwood Park. And it came into existence in the 1990s. So that municipal experiment has been on the ground and operating for quite a while, 2 decades or more. And I think that Rocky View has an excellent example to look at to see if this is a suitable fit for them. I don't think we should comment on it being a suitable fit for Rocky View, but I would say it does affect us in that any good thing that our neighbors can achieve for themselves has a high likelihood of being a benefit for the MD. So I think that we should send this letter, and we should stand by and hope for the best things for our neighboring municipality. They are one of the largest in Alberta, and by every measure, they're complex. So I hope that they find satisfactory solutions for at least some of their issues by pursuing a new route. For sure, all of Alberta will be watching, but they've asked us for a letter of recommendation? You put it another way.
Non-objection.
Support.
Non-objection. Yeah. So I think that although it's a letter of non-objection, my guess is that these are our good neighbors, and we are delighted for them to move forward in any way constructively they can find to better represent their economics and settlement patterns, which I think is what this is about, is economics and settlement. So can we call, have I got a motion on the floor?
Council will get.
It's already on the floor.
But who made it?
Eric?
Eric? Okay. Eric, your motion is recognized. Anything to say before voting?
In favor?
Okay, thank you. Paul Clark.
In favor.
Lisa.
In
Rossville.
favor.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
And myself, Dean Cooper, yes. So that's a 5-0 vote. Thank you for an excellent report. Convey our greetings to our neighbors, please, when you send the message through.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now on to G3, which is livestock. So this is an emergency plan for livestock. We are Eastern Slopes, and we do have a considerable number of animals on grazing ranges, and we are an important part of the agricultural industry in Alberta. And Eric, I was wondering if you had anything to say about that.
Well, yeah, I think it's a worthwhile pursuit. I have met and been in a course run by Jennifer Woods. She knows her stuff. She's very good. And the program that, we're only having to come up with half the cost. So I think it's a good preparatory thing for this MD to undertake.
Hey, have I got Bill Luca or Kendra Tippie on the program?
Yes, good morning. I'm here. This is Kendra Tippie.
Hi, Kendra. Would you like to say anything to the program that's being suggested? I noticed that we have 3 recommendations, and I think it's going to take 3 separate motions.
Sure, yeah. Maybe I'll just give you a little bit of information as this has been ongoing for a little bit. So back in December 2019, we informed Council that we would like to pursue applying to the Canadian Agricultural Partnership Emergency Preparedness Program in order to fund the development of the Livestock Emergency Preparedness Plan. At that time, we anticipated a budget of $30,000, and then we moved forward with the application, and after discussions with the different consultants, we applied and revised the budget to $22,500. We were successful in obtaining this grant under the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, and as seen in my report, it is a 50% cost share, so 50% to the program and then 50% funded by the municipality, which would mean that the MD's contribution to this is the $11,250. So we requested 3 quotations as per purchasing policy and received 1 from J. Woods Livestock Services. And as per my staff one of my staff recommendations is that we award the project to J. Wood Livestock Services.
Okay. So I have 3 motions. Do I have a motion for the first item?
So moved.
I have it from Eric. The floor is up for discussion right now. So any discussion on the matter? Paul Clark?
No, I approve.
Okay.
Chairman.
Lisa, any questions, comments?
I have a quick question, Kendra. I'm just curious, when do you see this project being complete?
Yeah, so because it is a grant application, we do have a deadline for it. Let me just pull. So our final report for this grant application is due February 15th, 2021. Of course, given this year is very unique in the way we're all operating, I do have the option to request an extension through the grant if that's needed.
Thank you.
Good. Paul Ryan?
Fine.
Okay, so the motion is recognized. We're on number 1, Kendra. So we're going to call the question. Paul Clark? Staff rec?
Yep, approve. Yes,
Eric?
that's right.
In favor.
Lisa? Roswell?
I approve, yeah.
Paul Ryan?
Yay.
And I approve as well. So that's 5-0. Do I have a motion for second, for the second item?
Councillor Roosevelt
So
will
moved.
make it.
Okay, I have it from Lisa Roswell. Councillor Roswell, thank you. This is staff reckon before you. I don't think there's any discussion necessary coming around. Eric Butters,
In favor.
Paul Clark,
Yes.
Lisa Roswald,
I approve.
and Paul Ryan.
In favor.
Okay, and Dean Cooper in favor. Do I have a motion for the third aspect?
So moved, Councillor
I
Clark.
have it from Councillor Clark, Deputy Reeve Clark. Calling the question. Councillor Clark, have your own motion? You are in
Yes.
favor? Okay,
Yes.
all right. Eric
In
Butters,
favor.
Lisa Roswald,
In favor.
Paul Ryan,
In favor.
and Dean Cooper in favor. Thank you. Thank you, Kendra. Good explanation, good report.
Thank you.
Moving on to item H4. This is capture the flag, is it? Yes. Is Jan Thompson bringing this forward?
I am here.
Hi, Jan. Jan is our development officer, and she works with these kinds of questions and writes these kinds of reports. And have you anything you want to say in introducing your report, Jan?
Just very briefly, firstly, can you see me and hear me all right?
Just can see you now, could hear you well before.
Okay. I'm going to give a very brief outline to my report because there's an extensive development officer's report in there that contains all the details. The subject application is a development permit renewal for the Capture the Flag paintball airsoft operation, and it also includes a small amount of horse boarding as a use. No changes are proposed to the development permit renewal, and Capture the Flag has been in existence since about 1992, and it has maintained municipal approval since that time. The subject property is located on Highway 40, which is in the North Ranchlands portion of the MD of Bighorn. And there's a site plan in your agenda package which helps you identify the location. The property is designated as Direct Control 1 District. And as such, those regulations require that prior to a decision being made on a development permit application, that council must hold a public hearing. So administration is asking for council to do 3 things today, and all by resolution, please. The first thing we're asking you to do is set a public hearing date to hear input regarding the development permit application renewal. We're suggesting that maybe be in January of 2021, just to give us some time with COVID. And the second request is that council extend the current development permit number 2715 for the Capture the Flag operation and extend it till maybe March 1 of 2021 to allow time for the public hearing to be held. The reason the permit needs to be extended is because it's going to expire in, on June 8th of this year. So it's going to expire while we're going through this renewal process. So we're asking that council extend the current development permit until March of 2021. And the third thing that we're asking council to approve is there's a draft set of conditions that administration is recommending on any approval of the Capture the Flag. And in the past, council has asked that those draft recommended conditions be included in the public hearing package so that the public and council have something to consider during review of the renewal. So council can alter any of those suggested dates as you see fit. And discussions with the landowner have resulted in them being flexible with when the public hearing is. Their biggest concern is that their development permit be renewed so that they can continue to operate while we're going through this renewal phase. And that's the end of my background.
Jan, as development officer, are you aware of any complaints with regards to this operation over the last year?
No, sir. There are no reported complaints since the last renewal of this permit.
And you would normally receive such complaints if that was to come forward in the office, is that right?
That is true, sir. And I have also checked with our bylaw enforcement department, and no complaints have been received.
So we have 3 considerations before us, and we've got to do them one at a time, and I want to be sure, Jan, I get them correct.
Okay.
So the first one is to hold a public hearing, and the suggestion was at some time in January 21.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I have a motion for?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move I'm supportive of all 3, but I move the first one for now.
Okay. So we have a month. Do we need a day?
Yes. Please set a date. It's so far into the future, I hadn't chosen a specific date for you.
Somebody give me Wednesday or Thursday in January.
Reeve Cooper, we can probably do it on the 13th.
January.
Actually, make it the 20th, and we don't have to worry about Christmas advertising.
Okay. So January 20th, which is what day of the week?
It's a Wednesday.
Wednesday. At what time?
I'd have it during the day. I'd have it at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? And where?
If it's a 10 a.m. hearing, but it's a Wednesday, so it's not during the regular council meeting.
You would prefer evening?
I think it would make, I'm not sure, but I think it would be prudent to have it in the local community, preferably the Beaupre Hall.
Okay.
Actually, the evening probably would be easier for more people to attend if they chose to.
Okay. So I'm going to go over the first item. It's to hold a hearing for it with a date and time. And I have a date and I have a time. So do we need a place in there as well, Rob?
I think it would be good to put a place in there, but also same with dealing with the crossing, depending on what's happening with the pandemic and the reentry guidelines coming from the province, that it could either be virtual or it could be an in-person public hearing at Beaupre Hall.
Okay. So how do I get a wording for a motion?
I do believe that Linda Gale shoved the original motion that dealt with for the crossing.
Okay. So we're taking the motion with the crossing and substituting capture the flag in?
Yes, and with change of dates, obviously.
Okay. Does everybody understand this? I have a motion from Eric, I believe, on this.
Yes.
Yes.
Pardon me?
I do have Councillor Butters, yes.
Yes. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Sorry, I have a discussion item.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Jan, I'm just curious to know why administration is suggesting such a long lag time before this happens.
Generally, it's because due to COVID, we're not really sure how we're going to conduct public hearings, much like the discussion you had during the crossing. we're not sure where and how we're going to be able to hold these public hearings and whether we'll have the technology available to do them anytime soon. We're suggesting later to give some time for COVID to pass and so that people can actually attend in person and make their submissions and speak to the proposal.
Does the time delay have any implications on the business requesting this permit extension?
It doesn't, as long as council agrees to extend the development permit that they currently operate under. They are fine with whenever council decides to hold the public hearing. They just want to make sure that their permit is extended or while we're going through that renewal process, so that when they can open up and start operating again, they have the ability to do that.
Okay. I guess my main concern is possible that we should have voted on extending the expiry date before setting a hearing date.
We're making an assumption. You're quite correct. I think we're safe in that assumption, but
okay.
I recognize your predicament.
Okay, that's where I was going. So.
Let's hope we don't have that problem.
Okay.
Anything else, folks? But thank you for pointing that out. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to call the question on the first motion, which is mirrored off the crossing motion. And does anybody need it read back? Not hearing it, so let's call the question. All in favor, starting with Eric Butters, please.
In favor.
Paul Clark, please.
Approve.
Lisa Rossvold.
In favor.
Paul Ryan, please.
Yay.
And myself, yes. So that's a 5-0 in favor. Now to extend the permit. Is there any discussion on this one?
No, I'll move to extend.
Okay, I have it from Paul Ryan to extend. We're extending it into what date? Rob?
March.
March?
March 1 of 2021.
March 1 of
That's correct,
2021.
yes.
That's what I want. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty clear. We have the motion before us. Is there any need for discussion? Not hearing it. Calling the question. Eric Butters, please.
In favor.
Paul Clark, please.
In favor.
Lisa Rossvold, please.
In favor.
Paul Ryan, please.
Yay.
Yay, and myself as well, in favor. Okay, and the last one is that council include the draft conditions for the development permit. So this is staff recommendation. So it's in a very well-written long report, Jan. Thank you for that. But do I have a motion for this?
So moved, Mr. Chair, Councillor Ryan.
Have it from Paul Ryan. Discussion. Okay, calling the question. All in favor, Eric Butters, please.
In favor.
Paul Clark, please.
In favor.
Lisa Rossvold, please.
In favor.
And Paul Ryan, please.
Yay.
And Dean Cooper, yes. Thank you. That's another 5-0. Does that complete that report?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Catch you later. Yeah.
You bet.
All right, so here we go.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have an emergent issue here that I have to deal with, so I'm going to come offline for a few minutes.
Okay. What you want us to do, Paul, have you got a request?
I want you guys to carry on, sir, and I will just come offline. I have full confidence in council to be able to deal with the business of the day.
Have any of you got a particular one you want to deal with now? In all fairness,
don't get me started.
We will follow the script, Paul.
All right, so I'm gonna come offline for about 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. I have a call coming in from Alberta Environment that I need to deal with.
Okay, this is page 175, number 5, and it's to sole purchase some equipment. And I'm not sure who on administration is bringing this forward. Do I have Rick Lister on board?
Good morning, Council.
Good morning, Rick. Good to see you. Thank you. This is your recommendation before council, Rick, and have you got anything you want to introduce this with?
No, not really. It's a provincial radio. It's pretty self-explanatory if you've read it. It's a provincial radio system for emergency first responders. It's the new way of communicating with our mutual aid partners, including RCMP, all the other fire departments, EMS. So we're adopting the system, and this is just so we can carry on. We're at this stage now where council's approved quite a significant amount of money to invest in the system, and we're ready to start buying stuff, but we need this in order to, take the next step of ordering the new equipment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Fire Chief Lister?
I don't have any.
I move acceptance.
Okay, I have it from Eric Butters to move staff recommendation. The discussion is upon us. I'm going to call the question. Eric Butters?
Favor.
Paul Clark?
In favor.
Lisa Roswald?
I'm in favor.
And myself, I'm in favor, so that's a 4-0 vote. Rick, before you get away, may I thank you and your crews for your service to the municipality and our visitors in a difficult time of a pandemic. These
Okay,
are
thank you.
unusual times for us. They're unusual times for you, and I can guarantee you that you and your crew's safety are upmost in our minds.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that along.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's continue on, please. We are now on item 6, which is page 178. Shayna, this appears to be yours.
Yes, this is my report.
Okay. And it requires 3 motions as far as I see. These are quite separate.
Yes, please. These would be separate motions. They meet separate sections of the Municipal Government Act requirements. So today I'm asking that council appoint Lana Hill and Katie Bravo Stewart as designated officers to act as the Assessment Review Board clerks. That second motion would be that council prescribe remuneration for the ARB clerk being part of their regular MD salary and duties, and that council assign the duties specific to the clerk as identified in attachment number 1. And these are duties that have been identified in the training that they have taken. So the background of this is that the Assessment Review Board clerks receive legislative training through the province. Katie and Lana have both successfully completed this Administrative Law 1 course for qualification as an ARB clerk. And we just, to meet the MGA requirement of Section 456, we need to appoint them now to act as clerks on behalf of the municipality. This is part of their regular job duties, and the salary for remuneration would be part of their regular pay.
Okay, thank you. Again, we are sending 2 staff members forward because cross-training is important to the organization?
Correct. Cross-training is important to the organization in that if one has a work or other commitment and are unable to attend to an application that comes in, we have a backup in place. Or if there's a high volume that comes in, this would allow for both of them to work together in scheduling and coordinating hearings, etc., if required.
All right. And ARB hearings are undertaken under the MGA by the MD of Bighorn?
Correct.
The actual hearings are what, quasi-judicial at some arm's length from council, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as long as that people understand that this is a provincial quasi-judicial process that we're accommodating. Any questions from council?
I have a question, Reeve Cooper.
Okay, I hear you, Lisa. I can't see you yet. There you are. Please ask your question.
Shayna, I was just wondering, did any of our staff members already have this training in place, or is it a new legislation?
They've had the training in place. I believe that we just hadn't appointed them yet. Historically, Linda and I have taken the training. However, it's a conflict of interest for us to sit as clerks on the board now. Lana and Katie had their training, I believe they originally took it 3 years ago, and this was a refresher training that they've taken.
Okay, thank you. And then, am I correct to understand that this is already part of their job description and the current remuneration would not change?
Correct.
Okay.
It's just a process requirement of the Government Act that we appoint it.
Okay. Reeve Cooper, I'm happy to make the first motion.
Okay, the first motion is recognized. Discussion is still open. Is there any? Not hearing any, then we're going to go to the question, calling the question. All in favor? Eric Butters.
In favor.
Paul Clark.
In favor.
Lisa Rossvold.
In favor.
Dean Cooper in favor. That's a 4-0 vote. All right, second motion is available now. Have I got a motion for staff rec?
Yes, Councillor Clark.
Deputy Reeve Clark. Thank you, Paul. Discussion? Not hearing any. Now calling the question in rotation. Councillor Butters.
In favor.
Councillor Clark.
In favor.
Councillor Rossvold.
In favor.
Councillor Cooper in favor. Again, 4-0. Do I have a third motion?
So moved.
I have it from Councillor Butters. Calling the question, Councillor Butters, how do you vote?
Favor.
Councillor Clark.
In favor.
Councillor Rossvold.
In favor.
Councillor Cooper in favor. A 4-0 vote on that one. We're now moving to H7. Thank you, Shayna. Good
Thank
report.
you.
Good explanation. 185, page 185. This is an interprovincial collaboration framework agreement with the Summer Village of Ghost, and going to CAO Rob Ellis. I believe this is your report.
Yes, thank you, Reeve Cooper. It's been a long process to get all of our neighbors lined up with getting ICFs and IDPs, as the case may be. This one here was very straightforward, working with our consultant, and the recommendation is that the council approve the ICF framework agreement between the MD of Bighorn and Summer Village of Ghost Lake. We've been working on this draft for the last few months. Our consultant has worked extensively with them. I reviewed the last 2 drafts that came in, and both administrations are happy with the result. And to let you know that on April the 7th, the Summer Village of Ghost Lake, they approved the ICF. So we're just following suit now today to approve that document. There were no amendments made by the Summer Village, so recommendation stands from our consultant and myself that council approve the ICF for Ghost Lake and for MD.
Okay. And does this conclude the contractor's work on this file?
It does, Reeve Cooper. There is still one file left, and that is ID5 Kananaskis Country. But that's extended till 2021, and I will handle the negotiations with that one if and when we get feedback from Kananaskis Country.
Yes, I do appreciate your flexibility in taking that on. Thank you. The motion is staff recommendation. Do I have a mover?
Eric Butters moves.
Okay, I have Eric Butters with staff recommendation. Discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Lisa.
Rob, in a previous meeting, we had discussed there being a beach at the Summer Village of Ghost, and the possibility of it being under the ownership of the MD of Bighorn. I didn't notice any comments or discussion about that piece of land in this framework. Is that something we need to consider?
Through the chair, that's a very good question, because that was a discussion between our consultant, myself, and with Ghost Lake. It will be part of an ICF discussion, or sorry, an ICC discussion, and that will be coming up in the next few months. We use it as a generalized comment. That's actually in the ICF document. They wanted more specifics, we wanted more generalities, and they were happy with that, because there will have to be a discussion with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee to have a discussion about the beach.
Okay. And we're okay to just have it as part of the ICC and not the ICF?
Correct. We don't need, the ICF is the Intermunicipal Committee, the Collaboration Committee, and they're the ones who will discuss it, yes.
Okay.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes? Hello?
Rob, yeah, it's Deputy Reeve Clark. Rob, part of this process, I thought they had to finish a development, a municipal MDP, municipal development plan. Was that completed?
My understanding, I'm not sure if it actually is completed, but I've not seen the review of that document yet. But in discussions with the CAO for the Summer Village, as well as our consultant, Ms. Buckley, we saw no reason not to go forward with it, especially since they've already approved it on April the 7th for this ICF.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ryan back.
Okay, Paul, we're in the middle of H7. You've missed some of it. I'm not sure how to.
I will not be voting on it, Mr. Chair, because I wasn't part of the discussion.
That's what I wanted to hear from you. Thank you. So intermunicipal staff recommendation is it's before us with the support of Councillor Eric Butters.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You have a motion. So starting with Eric, in favor?
In favor.
Paul Clark?
In favor.
Lisa Oswald?
I'm in favor.
And Dean Cooper in favor. Thank you. That's a 4-0 vote. We're moving now on to page 202.
Reeve Cooper, may I interject, please?
Yes. Please.
I need to go back to the motion dealing with setting the public hearing date for the paintball development permit.
Okay.
I've just received a text from Kendra Tippe. It looks like that there's going to be a conflict with Mr. Clark and with Mr. Butters, because there is a Ag Services Conference that occurs every January, and it will conflict with that date.
Of course.
So I do have a suggestion.
Yes.
There is time available from the 18th to the 21st, and looking at my calendar, we could certainly have it on the Wednesday or the Thursday of January, which would be a 20th would be the Wednesday and 21st would be the Thursday.
Okay, so will I have to rescind the one motion and then move forward with the next one?
Yes, you will.
Okay, so do I have a motion to rescind?
Councillor Rosewold.
Okay. The motion that was made previously in the meeting is before. Any process blocks? Not hearing any. Calling the question. All in favor? Starting with Councillor Clark. Hello,
No.
Paul.
Yes, in favor. In favor.
Okay. Councillor Eric.
In favor.
Lisa.
I'm in favor.
Paul. Ryan.
To deal with the setting of the date, yes, Mr. Chair, I'm in favor.
Rescinding, and I am in favor of rescinding. Now to the dates suggested by the CAO, Rob Ellis. Those dates again were?
The 18th to the 21st.
Okay. So we're taking a series of possible dates, are we?
Yes, I'm just actually receiving the messages right now. The conference is actually January 18th to the 21st. So
Yeah.
in fact, we will have to move it to the following week. Just bring out my calendar. So we can have it on the, depending on what council's pleasure, we could have it on the 26th, 27th, or 28th of January.
Okay. That's a Wednesday, Thursday, or
So it's a
Tuesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Not a Tuesday. Let's see. So are you going to go for all 3 dates or just one of them?
Let's go for one. Let's go for the 27th.
Okay, 27th, which is what day of the week?
That is the Wednesday.
Okay, so Wednesday, the 27th is the motion that's before you. Is anybody proposing the motion?
Motion to approve.
I have it from Paul Clark. Calling question, all in favor. Councillor Eric Butters, please.
In favor.
Councillor Paul Clark, please.
In favor.
Councillor Lisa Rossfold, please.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Paul Ryan, please.
In favor.
And for myself, Dean Cooper, in favor. So that is achieved. Does that satisfy your need, sir?
Thank you for your indulgence. Yes, Council.
Okay, thank you. So now we are on H8. H8 is a road encroachment agreement for Mount Allen Drive in Exshaw. It looks like it's...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe you're recusing yourself from that one.
No, it's that's Mount Allen. I'm on Mount Lawrence.
I am sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. You're trying to be helpful and protective. I appreciate that. So let's take a look at this H8. It's council's authorization to execute or to authorize. So do I have a motion for this one?
Councillor Ryan moves staff rec and question to administration.
Okay. Do I have Paul Luca on board? Bill Luca?
Yes, I'm here.
Getting late in the day, folks.
All we need is another poll.
There's never enough, Lisa.
You should be so lucky, Councillor Roseville.
We can't imagine our fortune. Taking a look at this, not sure where we're at. Bill, have you got anything to say to this?
I have nothing to add if council's going to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, I have the motion from Paul Ryan. Do I?
Yes, you do, and I have a question for administration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now go for it.
So, Mr. Luca, on this road, are there other encroachment agreements in place right now with other property owners in that same area?
There are, and they're similar, and they've been approved recently or renewed recently as well.
Okay, so this then would be consistent with our current practice in that area?
Yes, this would be consistent with our practice throughout the municipality.
Thank you. That's all I have for questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a follow-up question.
Okay, please.
Further to Councillor Ryan's question, when you say similar, Bill, do you mean similar as in 6 meters?
Yes, the neighboring properties have similar 6-meter encroachments. And I believe later this fall, I'll be updating the road encroachment policy, and we can look at, as a municipality, how we want to deal with these significant encroachments.
Mm-hmm.
So, good question. Another one, Lisa?
That was it.
Okay, anybody else? I have the motion before us, is that correct? Who moved the motion?
I have Councillor Ryan.
Okay, Councillor Ryan has the motion. Any final comments, Paul?
No, sir.
Okay, calling question, all in favor, starting with Eric Butters.
In favor.
Paul Clark.
In favor.
Lisa Rossvold.
I'm in favor.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
And Dean Cooper, yes, in favor. That's carried. Thank you, Bill, for bringing those ideas forward. And now we're going to H9, and I have to recuse myself from this one. So I will turn off my camera, turn off my microphone, and you will phone me back. Is that how that works, Leslie? Hello, Leslie.
Mr. Cooper, if you can please exit the meeting.
So
with
the,
the hang up?
correct.
Okay, that's what I will do.
And I will call you back.
Paul Clark, are you ready to take over to the chair?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Ready. Here we go. See you later.
Okay, who is from administration is bringing this forward?
Paul, it's Bill Luca, or Councillor Clark, it's Bill Luca speaking. This is my report.
Okay. Could you go over it, please?
Yes, certainly. The real estate agent for the landowner is requesting to be reimbursed the standard $300 fee charged by the MD to execute a road encroachment agreement. Council actually authorized the road encroachment agreement this past January. It was identified on a real property report for a property compliance letter. The realtor and or property owner went through a process where 3 real property reports were undertaken since 2003. And that original one in 2003 did not identify the encroachment. Administration recommends that the request be declined, as it's a standard fee established by council for executing road encroachment agreements.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Councillor Ryan.
Any questions? Okay. Go for it, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Luca, when I read through this, at first I found it slightly confusing, and perhaps you can help me out now. And the chronology of the real property reports. So in 2003, the RPR did not show that encroachment. However, there were 2 subsequent RPRs that did identify it. Is it fair for me to think that the technology in 2003 is probably different than it is now?
I'd just be guessing on that. I wouldn't know why the surveyor would have missed that.
Would it be fair for me to say that the 2 subsequent RPRs did identify it?
They did.
Okay. So it's been, the encroachment has been known since what date? I'm just scrolling through here now. I'm a little challenged with technology, but it seems to me it was quite some time ago that it was first identified.
I believe it was November 2019.
Okay. One final question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Luca, to the best of your understanding, is it unusual for RPRs in the Exshaw area to show encroachments from what was built on where they thought it should be to where it actually is? Have we seen a number of these?
Well, that's partially the purpose of real property reports, to identify encroachments.
And would it be fair to say that, and this may be a question for planning, I guess maybe instead of you, but would it be fair to say that when a property changes hands that there's a request from generally the Financial Institute for a letter of compliance from the MD of Bighorn?
I can speak on that, and then Jared can jump in and help me out. Usually the real property reports are requested by the homeowner as part of the sale. So the new property owners know what they're buying into.
Yeah, perhaps Jared would be
better suited.
I think so, yeah. Yes. What I'm looking for is an understanding that RPRs are normally done when properties change hands, and then the MD is usually asked by the Financial Institute to provide a letter of compliance. And then when there's non-compliance, there needs to be a remedy, which is usually the MD providing a relaxation. Jared?
Yeah, Jared Castle here, Director of Planning at Bighorn. RPRs are requested for a variety of reasons, but you are correct in that one of the most common reasons is because properties are changing hands and the financial institution has requested it. So the request isn't from the financial institution itself, it's from the property owner, but it's for that reason.
Is it unusual to find properties when they get an RPR to have encroachments on them in the Exshaw area?
That's a bit of speculation. I can't say that it's unusual. We get encroachment requests because of RPR surveys being completed throughout the municipality. I wouldn't say that it's more common in Exshaw than anywhere else, but I don't have the numbers on that either.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussions? Any more questions from the councillors?
No.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ryan. I'm going to call in question, starting with Eric Butters.
In favor.
Lisa.
In favor.
Dean is not here, obviously, and so what am I missing here?
Councillor Ryan.
Me.
Oh,
Listen,
yeah.
me, I'm the one that made the motion, and you're going to leave me.
I'm sorry. Yes, you made the motion, and thank you. That's where I got confusion. Anyway, so and I support the staff rec as well. So that's four councillors approving. Thank you. Okay, we can call Dean Cooper back into the meeting.
Just carry on with the agenda. If he shows up, we'll be fine. You have to have some humor in this game.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to page 217. I think that's the next one. Councillor adoption of peace officer program.
Sorry to interrupt, it's Leslie Ray. Dean Cooper is back, and to turn on his mic.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve, much appreciated. We're moving on. We're getting close to dinner. We will have to decide whether we're going to rush for the goalposts, which I think will be your decision. So on page 10, we are on page 217. We are talking about the council adoption of peace officer program. This could go to Rick Lister if he's still there.
Here I am again.
Okay, just wait. I see you now, Rick. Thank you for attending. This time you're not as fire chief, but as bylaw officer. So what are you bringing forward, Rick?
Well, we're looking for a recommendation to formally adopt the peace officer program. The background is, several years ago, almost 3 years ago, a peace officer was killed in Foothills County. He was carrying out bylaw duties. It was a dog complaint. So that's something that in future that our bylaw officers are expected to deal with. His fatality inquiry revealed quite a few things, and they recommend a lot of safety improvements for peace officers. He was a peace officer as well as bylaw officer, as are myself and Doug Marianchuk. So we're level 2 peace officers. We're not level, and what the province decided basically is that all peace officers should have the same level of training, which, as far as defensive tactics and procedures, they need a lot of safety policies to be in place. A lot of these, like And you've already seen these about a year ago. You approved 2 of the policies, and these were for officer tracking and officer safety, to identify homes or people that could be a danger to peace officers, and have various systems in place to look after this. So these kind of safety measures are included in the peace officer program, and the peace officer program, I guess it needs to be adopted, because if we don't move forward with it, then our peace officers would have to revert to bylaw officers, and they wouldn't have the safeties, all these mechanisms in place that the peace officers will have. So they basically lose a lot of access to, even vehicle information. So we'd have a lot tougher, bylaw officers have a lot tougher time getting the information in order to pursue enforcement of just a parking ticket. Access to courts would be a lot more restricted. Staying with the peace officer program, you retain all the access to information that we got, be part of the bigger network, I guess, which would be a definite plus for safety. The present uniforms, they would be going away. All the distinctive markings on the trucks, they would be going away. And that's just, I guess we're just saying that, we'd like the council to approve this recommendation so we can move forward with the peace officer program, because there's training required in order to upgrade to this new standard.
Okay. Thank you. So do I have a motion for staff recommendation, please?
Councillor Ryan, and I have a question for Rick Lister.
Are you making the motion first or asking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm making the motion.
Okay, motion is recognized. Ask your question.
So, Rick, thank you for that. So in doing this, would it actually make our officers safer and more efficient?
That's a tough one to answer. We would if we don't, it's kind of like a anti question or anti answer, but if we don't do anything, we're going to lose a lot. Okay. The thing is, if you, what is in our staff report is, that we can keep our same appointment, or we can get enhanced appointment, so we could do more enforcement of different things if council chooses. So, for example, if you compared the appointments there, the Banff appointment, there's a copy there as an attachment. They have full Traffic Safety Act authority, whereas ours is limited. So there'd be a benefit in possibly having more enforcement, but we wouldn't necessarily have to do that unless council approved it. So what it's more of a question of what we'd lose if we went back to bylaw officers only, and we can maintain exactly what we have. We're not required to enforce anymore, but I think there would be some quite distinct benefits. Like I say, we lose right now we have two-way contact with the Provincial Radio Control Center. So that's a big thing for officer safety. And we would lose that. So I think it's a good thing if we at least keep up with this program and adopt it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's likely the longest yes I've heard you say, Rick. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other councillors now? Any other questions?
No questions for me. Thank you for the report, Chief Lister.
Okay. Do we have staff recommendation from yourself, Paul?
Correct.
And we're going to go forward to the voting now for Eric Butters.
In favor.
Paul Clark? I don't hear Paul Clark. I'll go
He's so wore out from being the
Lisa?
temporary chair.
Lisa?
In favor.
Dean Cooper?
I'm sorry,
And Paul Clark.
Mr. Chairman, my mic got turned off. So,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Okay, so that's 5-0. Thank you, and thank you for coming before council, Rick. Thank you.
You did not record my vote, Mr. Chair. Paul Ryan in favor.
I didn't.
No, you didn't.
How could I get away with that?
You didn't.
So once again, it was a good try.
All right, I think that we're on now to page 229, which is pavement rehabilitation, and I believe Public Works Director Bill Luca, this is your report.
This is my report.
Okay. What have you to say?
I'm asking council to consider deferring the 2020 pavement rehabilitation program, carrying all approved funding forward into 2021. I'm not suggesting cancel the program. I'm just saying defer it a year and make a larger program in 2021. Council could direct administration to proceed, and if council wants to move forward with the pavement rehabilitation program, I'm fine with that. Administration's fine with that, but I will. I'll need council to pick the road or the roads we're going to be rehabilitating. I'm suggesting Church Road would be the easiest for administration, and we'd have to award the consulting and the construction contracts, not to delay the program. Part of the problem at hand is what roads are we doing, and we haven't really completed that discussion. Our last Streets and Roads meeting was in January. I believe February I was quite violently sick, and then March, April, May might have been canceled because of COVID, maybe because of some statutory holidays. So we haven't had a great discussion on what roads we do this year. I've heard Jamison Road, I've heard Richards Road, and at a previous discussion, probably late last year, I even heard Harvey Heights Road. So part of that too, administration, I'm working quite hard on developing and finalizing some subdivision servicing standards and policies, and I'd like that to be the priority. I think we've done a good job with as a municipality, developing the pavement rehabilitation program since 2012, and if it could be deferred a year, that would be appreciated.
Okay. I realize I have two members on the Transportation Board, Roads Committee. Has this been before the Roads Committee, Bill?
No, the Streets and Roads Committee hasn't met since January.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that was a reasonable conclusion of what you had said earlier. So where is my Streets and Roads Committee? Either of you want to make comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak first and then turn it over to Councillor Ryan. Bill, I don't perceive there's any urgency in any particular road in EMD that needs to be addressed in 2020. Is that correct?
That would be my opinion. Yes.
Is it the opinion of our consultant?
Well, no, our engineering consultant has identified and ranked roads. I don't think there'd be an argument that it would must absolutely have to be done this year. It's not, comparing it to the structural failure of a bridge, which must be addressed. But those general guidelines by the consultant give a programming that we follow. But it's not an absolute recommendation that the road would have to be done one particular year.
Councillor Ryan has a question.
Hey, Paul, are you done? Paul Clark, are you done?
Yes,
Right.
Yes, Joe, so just for clarity, and I appreciate that council understands that streets and roads didn't meet because of the current situation, and so it's come directly to council. So, Mr. Luca, just for clarity, this is not stopping the work or suspending the work permanently. This is just deferring it.
That is correct. It would be a larger program in 2021.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Another question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Another question?
Yes, this is directed to Shayna. If she's still on. Are you still on, Shayna?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Now, does this have any financial implications in if we were to not do the work this year and have a bigger program next year?
No, we would just carry forward the budgeted amount from this year into next year's program.
Okay. I just don't want to lose the funds.
No, the funds have already been approved. So it would just be a matter of carrying it forward into the next budget. And we could make note of that in the 2021 budget presentation later this year.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Okay, Lisa?
Bill, how did the engineering consultant rank the roads in terms of what should be worked on next?
So we retain engineering consultants. It's not annually, probably every 5 to 7 years, to help us with the ranking system. They drive the roads. They do structural deflection tests. They look at visual distresses, cracks, if there's been a lot of patching, and they come up with the overall rating criteria and a bench line where a road would be need rehabilitation. And then they also do computer modeling to predict when roads will require rehabilitation. We take that information and we ourselves summarize it and recalculate it. So often the consultant's recommendation would be to pave one block this year, pave another block the following year. And so we combine and try to make more practical programs.
Sorry, Bill, I think I misinterpreted my question. How are the roads ranked in terms of most pressing priority?
How are they ranked?
Like which road is first and which one is second?
They rank them based on the criteria would be driving them to stresses.
Can you name the road that is sitting in the first position?
Yes, we've been looking at Richards Road and Jameson Road as our current priorities.
Jameson. And then I'm not fully understanding of why we should defer. When we look at our like the situation that we're dealing with right now and around the world, I think any type of local economic stimulus is good for our climate. So these might be types of projects that can be done safely and keep our local economy moving forward. So I'm not sure if there was another reason for the deferral.
Well, we could definitely move forward. Council would have to select the road. My roads foreman would prefer to carry on with Richards Road. He believes it's easier. Because of our purchasing policy and our current consulting agreements, I'd have to go to proposals for consultants. Usually that would be a 2-week. It would probably, I'd have to make that a priority. Get it out this week, give them 2 weeks to respond. They'd have to do a quick design. These aren't These are not extensive engineering designs, but it still takes them some time to develop the program. Then they'd have to go tendering on APC. So it's pushing the program quite late. So it's quite a deadline. We'd like pavement to be done usually in September, if not sooner. Even though it has been done in the past in later years or later months. But paving in the cold and moist conditions can cause some long-term problems with the pavement quality. So it would be it's really the reason not to proceed is we haven't had a great discussion on which road we're doing and the timeline to get a consultant and contractor on board to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
There's a lot of discussion here. There may be some savings in deferring it to 2020 when it comes to mobilization and demobilization of heavy equipment. And this would normally be a discussion that would have taken place at Streets and Roads. And because of the current situation, of course, it's in front of council. Would council consider deferring this decision and send it back to Streets and Roads for discussion and create a priority list and bring it back to council?
Councillor Ryan, would that increase our issues regarding the timeline that Bill is suggesting? So if we're already behind in the timeline, if we do that, we will be another month delayed.
I think Mr. Luca would be better to answer that question because that's an administrative function. But yes, it certainly would slow things down. So I'm just looking at this right now in a yes or no position. And certainly if it went back to Streets and Roads and we considered it and created a priority list, it could come back to council next month and it would slow it down by 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Luca?
That's correct. It would add another pressure to the timeline. It would be difficult for me to start engineering on a program that I wouldn't know which road for sure we're working on to get that moving forward.
So
Suggestion?
through the chair, so Councillor Roswell, at this time, I'm inclined to go along with the administration's recommendation because I believe they're best equipped to give us the best advice on how we move forward on this. And I yield to the CAO.
But who has the motion? Did you make the motion already, Paul?
No.
Did anybody make the motion already?
I don't have any motion.
Okay. At this point, I want a motion.
I'm tired.
Anybody
Is that
giving
the
me
motion?
staff recommendation?
I'll give you staff recommendation, Mr. Chair, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, so I have staff recommendation. Discussion is still on board. Lisa, anything to say?
Well, I would prefer to see the pavement and rehabilitation program continue for this year. If there's a way for administration to continue looking into it and following the proper channels in terms of whatever needs to be done, figure out which roads should be at the top of the list. I think we should do it. I don't see the need to defer, to wait for administration to do it.
Okay. Discussion, anything, Eric?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, of course, as you know, roads are the top priority in my ward, and it's very disappointing if we can't at least have some motion, some movement on that priority. Having said that, I have great respect for Bill Luca's abilities, and if he doesn't think he can make it happen this year, I would have no choice but to accept his recommendation.
Okay. Paul Clark, anything more to say?
No, thank you.
Following the question then, all in favor of the postponement? The staff recommendation. Roll call. Eric.
Opposed?
Opposed? Okay. Paul Clark.
Approved.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
Lisa.
I'm opposed.
And that leaves it down to my vote, which I realize is going to split this, so I will go with staff recommendation. Thank you. Moving.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, before I move on, so can we, Mr. Luca, through the chair, so can you kick this back to streets and roads so we can go to work on the priorities and things and get it lined up for next year so that we're not going through this again?
You're already have authority to do that. I don't see anything blocking the committee from having the authority to do that. Do you?
No, it did not go to the committee, and so now I'm asking that it go back to the committee.
Has to go back, Paul.
Through the chair, it will be part of the budget discussion, so we will have a recommendation coming back from Streets and Roads to council for that program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Okay, H11, or page 230, I think we're on. This is doggy bag dispensers and an inventory of doggy bag dispensers. Can this be done in one motion or two motions, Rob Ellis?
I want to.
Yeah, through the chair to Reeve Cooper, 2 motions, please.
Okay, 2 motions will be respected. Doggy bags.
Move the first one, Mr. Chair, and speak to it.
Okay, motion recognized. Speak.
I want to recognize administration's contribution to this because they are bringing forward a policy so we have a clear understanding of where they go, because not everybody likes where the doggy bag dispensers are. And I think we do need a way to deal with that, and I think administration's done a good job of bringing it forward. The only question I have to it, and this would probably be to the CAO, is that now that we have all these doggy poo bag dispensers going out, are we going to put some garbage bins around them every once in a while? I know you don't put it where the dispenser is because that's usually where they start, and they end up some other place. So do we have you got it, didn't you? Do we have some sort of a philosophy on where we should put the garbage bins? Because I do find out in front of my house, some people are on this trail out here, doggy poo bags sometimes in the street. So do we have some garbage bins that we can put out there, and can we figure out a way to do it?
I'll defer that question to Mr. Luca, but I'm sure he's got a good answer for that.
It will be in the eye of the beholder. The staff report does refer that any associated garbage containers will be addressed by future policy. So I think that's open for discussion and how we develop that.
Well, the need has been underlined by one councillor. Are there any other councillors talking about the need for garbage containers?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
100%. There is a need for garbage containers in the hamlets that that I talk to regularly, Deadman's Flats, Lactas Arcs, Harvey Heights.
Okay. Eric, I saw you starting.
Well, I see we're moving from the number 1 priority in the eastern wards to what appears to be the number 1 priority in the western wards. But I have a few concerns about this, and I can't remember how this debate went before. I see there's none listed in the hamlet of Benchlands.
Actually, I believe there was, Eric. I thought I saw a map that showed Benchlands.
Harvey Heights, Lactace Arc, Dead Man's Flats, Exshaw are the 4 that I have in my package.
Yep, that's what I got. Go ahead.
Well, then that's not fair.
So, but this whole we have a doggy bag dispenser up here on the Ghost Wapers Trail Association trails that is maintained as I understand it, and I haven't confirmed it lately, but is provided by volunteers. People that use the trails want the trails to be clean and tidy, and they do what has to be done as far as I know. Now, maybe administration can indicate whether they actually supply the bags. I'm not aware of that. But this whole thing of hand-holding dog owners, I don't get. I mean, why wouldn't people who have dogs, you mean they don't have doggy bags for their use elsewhere? Do they not have doggy bags for use in their own backyard? Why does the MD have to provide all this stuff and a certain set of dates in the proposed policy that they would have to jump through? And further to that, of course, if there's doggy bag dispensers all over the place, then I assume that nobody has to buy their own because they can just walk down the street and take some. And if they're going away on a holiday or something, I'll just go get a handful of them and take them with you. So I would like to see people take responsibility for their own neighborhoods. And I wonder why we do this at all.
Speak to it, Mr. Chair.
You can, but I haven't let Paul Clark in on the conversation. Are you speaking to Eric's statements
Yes.
or something else?
Specifically to Eric's statements.
Okay,
I agree 100% with Councillor Butters. And for the record, someone please record that. It's not the local people that we're having an issue with because they leave their house and they take their own supermarket bag or doggy bag with them, and that's not the issue. The issue is that we've become a well-known destination point for people that want to hike and do things outside of where they currently reside, and they end up in Exshaw and Loftus Arts and Harvey Heights and Gednets. And so while we are providing these bags, we're not providing them for our residents, we're providing them for our non-residents. And while we can't control who comes and goes in our communities, at least we can do is provide something that lets them leave behind less souvenirs than they normally do. So it's not about the residents, it's about the visitors.
Okay. So, Paul Clark, I haven't heard you.
Well, I'm a dog owner, and I appreciate what's happening here. Is that you know, the worst thing that can happen is you pick up the dog poop and then there's no place to put it, so you have to bring it back to your truck, and or wherever you. And I mean this is not a big deal, but anyway, I use the park at Cochrane, and they have garbage bins there that were and garbage, pardon me, doggy bag dispensers, and so it's quite convenient. But I understand also what Councillor Butters is saying is there is a point in time where we have to stop holding people's hands, and if I can also see that the residents could participate in this somehow. But anyway, I don't know where we are. I don't have any.
Well, let me help.
Okay.
Let me help. I want to go back to the original motion. We're kind of out of scope. We were talking about the disposal of these filled bags. In actual fact, we're really talking about the doggy bag policy to put them at certain locations for the use of all public. So I'm looking at recommendation 1. Do I have a mover?
Sorry.
You did.
Yeah.
You already did. I did it a while ago.
Oh, okay.
We also haven't heard from Mr. Luca about this yet.
Okay. Bill, have you anything to say to this?
It's just a service we've been providing at these locations, and I'd like to formalize the level of service that we provide. The garbage containers, I'd love to keep as a separate discussion, and we can address it in the future, maybe even through the Finance and Economic Development Committee. It's really, it doesn't take a lot of staffing to provide the service. The problem at hand is I don't have a lot of staffing. I only have one seasonal direct. So that's the only issue I'm struggling with, is with other demands for extra mowing and requests to take care of other parks amenities. My concern is that I might be looking for additional staffing. And that's why I'm suggesting that council improve the inventory of dog bag dispensers, so there's some control overall of our staffing resources that will pull this off, that will take to do this.
Question?
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay, I'll go to Paul Ryan first, Lisa Roswell second.
Yeah, so Mr. Luca, I'm just trying to get my head around what you just said, but am I hearing you say that if we are to have a dozen doggy bag dispensers and a half a dozen garbage bins, you need to hire extra staff to deal with that once every 2 weeks?
No, that's not exactly what I said. I did say it doesn't take that much time to deliver the service, but eventually, because we have the one staff providing us and it's only seasonal, that it will become an issue, or it could become an issue with other requests for park services. The other issue, you look at the hamlet of Benchlands, that would take extra time to drive and do that. So I'd have to look at how I provide that service as well. If it's desired.
Bill, it's clear to all councillors that extra duties require extra staff. So, that point's not disputed. What I'm trying to look at is about doggy dispensers and a map and a policy. And you're either in favor of the policy or you're against it. But the question is, do you understand it?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Lisa.
After Lisa, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Eric. But Lisa, go ahead.
Bill, I was just wondering, have the inventory of dog dispenser locations changed recently?
To be honest with you, I can't really recall how the number have evolved and how they've been located.
Has anything been added or away in the past 6 months?
I don't believe so. No, not last 6 months.
Thank you.
Okay, so Eric Butters.
Well, I look at the policy on page 231, and it says the dog dispensers will be, the MD will inspect on a weekly basis, and reports of empty dispensers will be acted on within 2 days. And I've heard Bill say there's maybe issues about staffing. What takes priority over what? But with respect to having one in Benchlands, I would not request that until after I've talked to them, and their annual general meeting may be coming up. I think that a lot of people in Benchlands would be surprised and dismayed at what we're doing elsewhere with doggy bags, and may not want to be part of it. So I'm not asking that they be in Benchlands be included, and frankly the cost would be high to send somebody all the way up here every couple of days with a doggy bag. My goodness.
Okay.
Can I close, Mr. Chair?
What's that?
Can I close before you ask the question?
Yes.
So with Part 3 of the policy on page 231, it says that council shall approve all revisions. So my sense is that we cannot use the word shall, we can use the word may, because we cannot create a policy that encumbers a future council or create a policy that requires council to approve something. So I would make that as an amendment to the original motion, just to change the word in section 3 from shall to may.
You're changing the wording of the policy.
Just the word shall to may.
Can you give me the page number, please?
It's page 231. It's in the policy. It's part 3. It says council shall approve all revisions, and I believe that the wording should be council may approve all revisions. We can't force a council to approve any revisions to anything in the future.
The one note, though, it is an attachment, and council approves the attachments as they're revised to policy.
So once again, Mr. Chair, and perhaps Mr. Ellis can help me out, because I know he's got a copy of the Municipal Government Act sitting next to him there, where it talks about councils cannot create policies that bind or encumber a future council.
Oh, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, that is correct. But a council would not be bound anyway. They would just go and change the wording. I think actually the wording that's in there on the policy on 231 item under policy item number 3, I think is that was put intentionally in there so that administration wouldn't be amending anything in your policies. That would be a requirement of council always to review the policy. So I couldn't go and direct Bill to go and put up a couple of extra doggy dispensers and bench lines, for example. It would always have to come back for council.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ellis. So you have a policy that says council shall approve.
Mm-hmm.
That's a directive. If you use the word may or should and shall are generally considered to be interchangeable in the municipal government world, why would we write a policy that binds a future council to approve something? Why would you not just have the word may?
Because with may, your administration may make that decision, not council. You're taking the decision to council, not because they have to make it, but because they have the ones that should make it if it has to be changed.
So then maybe it should read council. I just lost that one. Council will consider all revisions. You're writing something in here that's contrary to the Municipal Government Act, that you're trying to write a policy that says council shall. And as a council, we cannot provide a directive to future councils.
I'd like to move on. Seem to be talking a long time about dogs, and I think it's not the priority of the meeting, but can we simplify this somehow to get on with the rest of the meeting?
Yeah, sure. Swap the word shall to may.
Pardon me? Rob Ellis.
I would totally agree with Councillor Ryan. If we remove the word approve and put consider in there, that is totally fine with the policy.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Good solution.
Have I got a mover on this yet?
You did. Me.
Okay.
And I have one more discussion item,
So
No.
the amendment is friendly because mover is making the amendment. Lisa.
Thank you, Reeve Cooper. I'm just curious, Bill. I wasn't sure what this policy was suggesting before this meeting today. But at what point would council if council saw that there was a need to add more dog bag dispensers, does that need to be discussed before we approve this policy?
No, we'd update we'd bring it forward when there's a request to council, and they'd consider the request, and if they approve the request, we'd update the inventory Schedule A after that.
Okay, so there's room and time to amend any policy.
Yes, yeah, and it would be actually more updating it just as the inventory changes. But we'd run it through council.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion. Is there support? I'm getting an echo.
I'm getting an echo only with you, Reed Cooper.
Why would that be?
Do you have two computers on?
No. Are you getting an echo now?
Nope.
Okay. So we have a mover. We're going to call the question in a minute. The one thing that has been in the discussion that I think I need to bring to the discussion is that in the valley, we have about 4 square miles of land with more than 1,000 people on them right now living with dogs. This is necessary because of the intensity of the population within the hamlets within the valley. Without some solution, you are actually causing or allowing something that could be a potential health hazard. Dog excrement and humans are not entirely compatible with pathogens. So we are trying to create safe and caring communities, and this is one of the ways to do it.
Mr. Chairman, where I live, we have up to 10,000 humans come into the community, and there are no latrine facilities up there. And of course, we don't provide doggy bags. My only advice is that you don't go barefoot around the campgrounds.
Well, very good. I stand with my case that we are acting in the best interests of the residents of the hamlets in providing some of these facilities, and it's not babysitting or holding hands. It's the smart thing to do. You can disagree with me, but we will disagree. Thank you. I'm going to call the question.
What is the question?
The question is number 1, dog dispensers policy with the amendment, which was considered to be a friendly amendment. Calling the question, all in favor, starting with Eric Butters.
Opposed.
Start next, Paul Clark.
Opposed.
Next, Lisa Roswell.
I'm in favor.
Paul Ryan.
Yay.
And Dean Cooper, yay. We have an inventory of dog dispensers. It's a Schedule A. We have to have a motion on this one. It's to approve the schedule. We don't have to have more discussion, do we?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Discussion is open. Calling the question. All in favor, starting with Eric Butters.
Opposed.
Start next, Paul Clark.
Opposed.
Next, Lisa Roscoe.
In favor.
Next, Paul Ryan.
Yay.
Next, Dean Cooper, yes. So those votes are 3-2 votes in favor. Moving on in the agenda and getting very close to dinner. What is your pleasure, Council?
Mr. Chair, I think you can get through the agenda.
That's one person. Do I have any others?
Yes.
Yes, go.
I agree.
Keep going.
Eric, I don't understand. Yes.
Yeah, keep going.
Keep going. Okay. Lisa?
Keep going.
Paul Clark?
Keep going.
Okay, we're moving on. So can somebody take me to the next item of business?
Refundable beverage collection.
Okay, so that is page 334. 234.
Question of process, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
There are 4 separate items here that are under the recommendation of council, but I believe that because they are so similar that we can do them as an omnibus without having to do a roll call on all 4. And I'll yield to CIO Ellis for his advice.
Rob?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, you could do them as all 4 as an omnibus approval, or you can do them separately. Neither one is offside with the MGA.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make an omnibus motion, staff recommendation items 1 through 4.
Okay, any objections to the motion being formed the way it is? I hear none, then we will recognize that. And Paul, you have the motion on staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4 combined. And now I've got discussion.
Mr. Luca, present this.
Bill, is there anything to say on that?
I have nothing to add. If council's accepting the staff recommendations, I did co-author this with Jared, and he might have some comments.
It's Jared Castle speaking here. No, I have no further comments. That's it for me.
Okay. We have the motion before us. I'm going to call the question. All in favor, starting with Eric Butters, please.
In favor?
Next to Paul Clark, please. What's that?
Favor.
Favor? Okay, I got it. Lisa Roscoe?
In favor.
Okay, Paul Ryan?
Yay.
And myself in favor. 5-0 position. Are we on H14 next, folks?
Page 247.
Okay, 247. This is to award a contract. Is this, Bill, is this yours?
Yes, I can speak on behalf of Mark Bissett.
Please do so.
It's simply for council to award the 2020 to 25 roadside mowing contract to Volker Steven Highways Limited. We invited 3 contractors, only one provided a bid, and Volker has been providing this service for us in the past.
Okay.
Have a discussion.
Yes, discussion, Lisa?
Bill, I'm curious to know whether or not we have been receiving complaints from constituents regarding the quality of the grass cutting and mowing throughout the MD, specifically the campus.
I have heard comments on mowing, but actually I don't think it's a complaint driven. I think it's a level of service, hoping to mow more areas and more frequent, and that we cover as a separate level of service policy as well in the upcoming future, because there are costs if we want to increase the level of service as a municipality.
I guess I'm in disagreement with that because I've been included in a number of emails where people have complained about the quality of the mowing that is being done. I do understand that nobody else has submitted a bid for this work. I wonder if there's a way that we could just, with respecting our timeline and getting this completed, if we could just provide a 1-year contract for the service and hope that other contractors possibly submit a bid next year.
Council would have to propose a different motion, and Rob, please jump in to help me out. And then we just have to run it past Mark and Volker to make sure 1-year commitment is satisfactory to all parties.
I want to make sure that we're not talking past each other. To me, this report is about cutting on agricultural grid and the road grid in wards 3 and 4 and maintaining the vegetation in those ditches primarily. This is not mowing grass elsewhere in the MD, is it?
I'm gonna, yes, it's, the contract does do some larger areas. The MR in Dead Man's Flats would be an example.
Okay, and what is that? Is it roadside?
It's just it's roadside and it's because it's a larger field.
But that's not roadside.
Equipment can do it. But that's where we've always classified this as.
Okay. So
the other thing, if I
talking past each other.
Oh, the other thing I'd like to correct myself. The recommendation is for annual negotiations, so we do have that ability to a 1-year term.
Sorry, I'm not following that.
The recommendation is you asked if we could only do a 1-year contract instead of five years. The recommendation says contract to be negotiated annually throughout its 5-year duration. So that's usually to mutually agreeable terms to both parties.
Well, I have a question then, Bill, through the chair, to Bill Luca. Was it advertised as a 5-year program?
I'd have to go through with Mark and confirm that. But the way this report is, the way this the decision report's worded, it would be with the option to negotiate 5-year extensions, annual extensions.
Well, my concern is it was advertised as 5 years. Are we getting offside if we start changing that now, if the bids were all done on a 5-year process?
Speak to it.
I'm sorry?
Paul, Ryan, who are you addressing?
I'd like to speak to that, Mr. Chair, because I think
speak to which conversation?
CAO Ellis raised a really good point.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
And so if we advertise something for bids or quotes or RFPs, and then we change any of that after the fact, my understanding is we would have to put it back out again. Is that where you were going, Mr. Ellis?
Yes, it is.
So, Mr. Chair, I may have a solution. Is that council can award the contract for 2020 to Volker Steven, and then we'll go back through the process, because we have to comply with TILMA and all those other things and municipal procurement. So if there's some concern that it may have been changed, there's no reason why council couldn't award a 1-year contract. But I think going forward, we would have to go back out again and make sure that the terms and the requests are clear and the same for everybody.
I think
I'd like
that would be
jump in the conversation if I could. Councillor Roswald, you've been receiving comments about the level of service and not cut. Those comments don't come through to me, so I'm a little concerned about that. People should be directing those right to the CAO so it can be addressed, obviously with the contractor. But is it only because of the concerns that you've heard from your constituents, or is it the broader area of your concern about having a 5-year contract because there might not be a level of service required?
So it's not necessarily a level of service. It's a quality of service that I have heard from our constituents with regards to this, and the use of a giant mower on smaller ditches, and it creates more of a mess than how the ditches were previously prior to being cut. But I understand the timeline that we're under right now, so I'm confident that if we support a 1-year contract, that administration would possibly have time to look for more bids for the 2021 contract. So I'm happy to support a 1-year contract.
Can I just ask another question of Mr. Luca? Mr. Luca, under the 5-year term that you talked about and the ability to negotiate every year, if we were to vote, if council was to consider a 5-year, would that also allow administration to say to Volker Steven, for certain areas, to use a smaller device for grass cutting?
That would be a new discussion on the delivery of the service. If we're talking different equipment. But we could negotiate that part of the future extensions, year 2 to 5.
I'm kind of comparing it in terms of like the snow clearing that Volker Steven does for us. So we had specified a certain type of truck to be used in the hamlets, and that did a much better job this year. And I'm grateful for that. So this would be a similar type of request where using more appropriate equipment for the smaller areas. A grass cutter that you would use along the highway going up Jameson Road would be different than the grass cutter you would use for the half-a kilometer long ditch in the smaller hamlets.
Most certainly, I think we should have that discussion and develop that. The question would be, do we do it right now? And I don't think we have the timing for that discussion.
And I agree and understand, which is why, like, I'm prepared to make a motion that the contract be awarded for a 1-year duration, as is, and then we have the discussion for 2021.
I have a problem with that because I've been involved in contracts with major contractors for a long time, and a 5-year contract can be very much different than a 1-year contract because they may have to make certain commitments in terms of the equipment they buy or service and the people they hire. So I think that that would be in the view of the contractor, that would be something that they didn't bid on. They didn't bid on a 1-year contract. They bid on a 5-year contract. So I don't think that that's a reasonable request back to them, but I think it is a reasonable request to renegotiate the contract every year, and that in that manner, new things come up, as you pointed out, that we may want to, and no doubt we're going to have to pay for them. So that's the concern I have, is that if we haven't specified them now, we can't go back and change the wording of the contract. So that's my input.
So who has the motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion that's slightly different than the recommendation.
But Lisa, was there anyone that made a motion previous to your suggestion? That's my problem.
I don't have anyone.
Okay, that's what I needed to know, Linda. Thank you. So you're making a motion where the recommendation is changed slightly to what, Lisa?
So the final part of the last sentence would say contract to be for a 1-year duration.
Okay, for instead of a 5-year duration.
Yeah, the negotiated annually throughout its 5-year duration is not clear to me. So contract to be for a 1-year duration.
Okay, so the motion is recognized by the chair. Is there discussion on this? Paul Clark, you've already spoken to it. You can speak again if you need to.
No, I oppose that motion, but when you call the motion, we'll talk about that.
Okay, any other councillors wanting on the discussion?
I do.
Where are you, Paul? You're coming up.
So just for clarity here, Mr. Chair. So Councillor Roosevelt made a motion, that is significantly different than the staff recommendation. So yes. Would it be fair to say, Councillor Roosevelt, that your motion was that council authorized administration to award the 2020 roadside mowing contract to BHSL at a unit rate provided for 2020 mowing operations, period?
That is considerably different.
roadside mowing contract to Volker at the unit rates provided for 2020 mowing operation, contract to be for 1-year duration.
Well, actually, you don't have to do that. If you just say that you authorize them to award it for the 2020 roadside mowing contract, you don't need anything after that.
Yeah, that would be a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Just trying to understand your motion, that's all.
Okay, Eric, I haven't heard from you.
Well, I've been confused on this thing because it says it's a 5-year contract to be negotiated annually, and the last provision that was talked about seems to me to make some sense, but frankly, I don't know what we're talking about here. Are we talking about a 5-year contract, or are we talking about a 1-year contract?
1-year contract, Mr. Chair.
Administration was advising 5. Motion is for 1. Okay, let's call the question pretty quick. Calling the question, Lisa?
I'm in favor.
Eric?
I have no idea.
I'll come back to you.
That's not a vote.
Yeah, you actually have to vote.
I don't want to get offside with in court over a 5-year contract. So on the other hand, Lisa's recommendation makes sense to me. So if we're not going to get ourselves in doo-doo, it would take a very big bag. Maybe I'm happy with the motion on the floor.
So are you happy?
Maybe you better get legal advice on it.
That's cheeky.
A lawyer could never determine whether or not you're happy.
Are you yay or nay?
I don't know. I don't know which way to vote on this thing. I've heard the arguments. Paul Clark made a good argument. We've got a 5-year contract. On the other hand, it says annually. I'm completely confused.
Paul Ryan, I'm coming back, Eric. Paul Ryan.
So I understand what Councillor Roosevelt is bringing forward, is that there needs to be a little bit more clarity on what they're doing, what equipment they're using, and perhaps we should take a step back, but we need to cut the grass. So I'm quite happy to support her motion for a 1-year contract, and then we'll look at what the scope of the next contract is to see if the appropriate equipment is being used and what the level of service is. But we need to cut the grass, so I'm going to support Lisa's motion.
All right, Paul Clark.
Opposed.
And I am opposed. So, Eric?
Now, all right. Now are you happy?
Now, how happy am I now? Can I vote by secret ballot?
You're like Elizabeth May. You got the weight.
I think we should take a whole different approach and get somebody with a bunch of sheep.
But you're abstaining from a vote when that's actually not allowed.
We have a lot of sheep in Exshaw already, Eric. and if you would like some tick magnets, I'd love to bring them up to your place because you can't go near the playgrounds right now.
Well, I like Lisa's motion, and I will support Lisa's motion in the hopes and hope that we stay out of court.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, before you actually rule on this, my understanding as I'm reading this, I'm going to drop the screen for a second, is that the contract has not been awarded.
Mm-hmm. There's no way we can go to court yet. So
we can't go to court over breaching a contract that hasn't been awarded. And I believe it's in council's prerogative to reduce the length from 5 years to 1 year. And I don't believe we're going to break any TILMA rules, but I'd like CAO Ellis to feed in on this just to get his advice.
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, if you said to, I understand Volker Stefan was the only bidder in this contract. So if they bid on a 5-year contract and we said, okay, we're going to give you a 1-year contract, they have the right to
withdraw.
give us a rate for a 1-year contract and not a 5-year contract. That's what was my point.
Well, through the chair, they also have the ability just to say no, and there will be no grass cutting.
So,
Councillor Clark,
hold on. Rob, the question was addressed to you by Paul Ryan.
Through the chair, I'll repeat myself then. Because you're changing, which was a 5-year, you have not awarded it. That's absolutely true. But if you have advertised it for 5 years, there's an expectation from Volker for 5. They may say, well, with 1 year, it's not worth our while, and refuse to accept the contract. So they could say no to it, and there'll be no grass cutting. So administration will have to make other plans then.
Question of clarity, Mr. Chair.
If that should happen.
Question of clarity.
Question of clarity. So, Mr. Ellis, thank you very much for that. So, would it be fair for me to say that when we put out the original RFQ, that the scope of work was for a 5-year term, and that if the MD of Bighorn was to change that scope of work, then the bidder would be well entitled to withdraw their bid or come back with a different number. And if they came back with a different number, then we would be bound to go back out to the market again.
Through the chair, not being a contract lawyer, but there's a logic to what you've just said. So I'll have to say that's probably the way it could occur. But I would ask Mr. Luca about the advertising for it. Was it advertised for a 5-year term?
That's what I'm interpreting with a 1-year term with for a 5-year duration, mutual to negotiate mutually acceptable to both parties. Now, with that being said and done, we are very good relationship with the contractor, and I think I could resolve this with the discussion.
Speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Well, we've got a lot of discussion going on after a poll vote. So this is at some point this has got to end. Go ahead, Paul.
There's an echo, Mr. Chair, and I keep hearing you say everything to me twice, which sometimes works quite well because sometimes I need to hear it twice before I get it. So I think, Lisa, right now I can't support your motion. I did it originally. I think that we should rely on the ability to negotiate it every year, to fine tune it, to look at the things that we believe need to be fixed or improved. But I'm going to go now with staff rec because I do think it'll get messy if we go away from that.
Okay. Having allowed one councillor a position to reconsider, I'm allowing all councillors to reconsider. Are there any reconsiderations at this point? Hearing none?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep,
Mr. Chairman, is there a motion that we're voting on now, and then is that Lisa's motion for one? Okay.
We had Lisa's motion. We voted on it.
Okay, and
had one councillor ask for a reconsideration of his vote. I've honored that request for reconsideration and offering the same privilege to all councillors. Is there anyone that needs to reconsider? I don't hear any considerations, so I'm taking the vote as 3-2, and the motion is lost.
I'll move staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Now we have a motion for staff recommendation. Discussion. Hearing none. Polling the...
hand up.
Rob. Oh, can't hear you.
There may be a way, in fact, to address Councillor Roswald's concerns. You might want to make a second part of a second motion, is that administration, as part of their negotiations, review quality of service with the contractor.
comment on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think that council would be micromanaging this right now if it did that. I think the way it's written right now is that administration gets to negotiate it annually, and I think we should put some faith in administration to be able to do that without giving specific direction.
Well, I don't think I've ever been more in agreement with you, Paul, in a long time.
I'm sorry, Dean, your mic was muted. I didn't hear that.
You want to record it, don't you? All right. We have an understanding. We've had a very valid conversation. And I want to go on with the working position, which is to get a contract awarded annually. It can be discussed as to the level of service and the level of pleasure with the client. And we're going to go forward with the motion. Is there any confusion?
You have my motion, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the question?
Yes, but your motion is recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
Calling the question. Eric Butters.
I'll be last.
Okay, that's fine. Then let's go to Lisa on the other side.
I oppose. I believe that motion is as clear as mud.
Okay. Paul Ryan.
I'm in favor of my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. An interesting moment in history. Now we go to Paul Clark.
Yes, I approve the motion.
And I approve the motion. Eric, you have the last vote.
And it's currently 3-1.
Yes.
Therefore, I'm opposed.
Okay. Well.
Oh man,
Well done.
I love you. That's good.
All right. So we have the motion is approved on a 3-2 basis. Moving on. I think we have travel program H15. Codes foreman, but I think Bill, you might be speaking to this.
That's true. I am speaking for this. This one's a little bit easier. It's for a 1-year contract. It's to work to Paderni's for the 2020 North Branchlands Gravel Haul. And the roads in the program would be Crawl, Tyner, Rickleton, Fallen Timber Road, and Jensen Road.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that recommendation, and I base that on the fact that there were 3 bids. They were within the budget that we allocated, and we need to move on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Butters' motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Not hearing any. Calling the question on the motion. Let's go first, Eric.
Okay. Yes, in favor.
There you go. Paul Clark.
Approve.
Paul Ryan.
Aye.
Lisa Rossvold.
Approve.
And myself approved. We have a 5-0 position. The motion is achieved. Taking a look at proclamations. The CAO is responsible for this one. I don't think there's a lot needs to be said. It's proclamation of National Public Works Week 2020. Do I have a motion for this?
I'll move and speak to.
Okay. Briefly, please.
I'll try to be. Mr. Reeve, I believe that this is very appropriate because I think what we've seen all across the country recently is that our public works people are frontline. They are out there doing their job when everybody else is at home hiding behind the entrance to their Grand Castle in Ottawa someplace. So I'm very happy to support this because I think that our public works people are key and they deserve respect.
Okay. Discussion? Not hearing any. Calling the question. All in favor? Starting with Paul Ryan.
Aye.
Lisa Rossvold.
I'm in favor.
Paul Clark.
Favor.
Eric Butters.
In favor.
And myself in favor. Now we get to the always difficult to assign task, which is the proclamation of Seniors Week, and it usually goes to the youngest senior in the pack. Who would that?
No, the oldest senior.
Oh, no. I want to go first.
4 of us are in conflict of interest. It'll have to be.
I think Mr. Reeve, after what our young and eloquent councillor has witnessed this morning with a bunch of seniors on council, that she should be considered the one to make that motion. So I defer to our most junior councillor.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Lisa. Clearly, the men are unable to do so.
Finally, we're having some fun with this meeting.
Yeah, there you go. Rising above, let's call the question. All in favor, starting with Eric.
Favor.
Paul Clark.
In favor.
Paul Ryan.
I'm sorry, my memory's losing me, sir. What was the question? Yay.
Lisa?
Approve.
And myself approved. So that is carried.
Almost there, buddy.
We're now looking at H18. This is the municipal newsletter. And it is basically to approve for distribution following your review. I will start with the reviewers. Eric, would you like anything there?
Yeah, on the page 254 of the letter to the Corinthians or whatever it is there, the third paragraph down, we talk about 17 infections.
Yes.
Do we have 17 infections in Bighorn?
We have 17 infections in the health unit subdivision called Bighorn.
Okay,
Not
I think
in
we should
the
make it clear. I think people would be confused and think that we have 17 infections in the MD of Bighorn, and we should just clarify that.
I have written beside that myself in the MD of Bighorn subdivision, Alberta Health Region. So the Health Region subdivision MD of Bighorn. We have 18 infections because we had one yesterday, 17 reported recoveries, and one person remaining in isolation. So that would update the numbers and I think help you with the definition of location.
Is it in all? Are they all in the MD of Bighorn?
No, and it used to be called the Canmore subdivision. We could call it by its old name.
Yeah, people are
Mr.
going
Chair.
to assume that we've got 18 infections in the MD of Bighorn, and
I realize that.
Yeah, so I think we should clarify that somehow.
I agree 100% with you.
How about if you just use the word in our region, or our region as defined by Alberta Health Services?
In our Alberta Health sub-region or sub-district?
Sure. I think
Not
that
mention Bighorn?
No,
it doesn't define it, but it's actually really hard to define, even through Alberta Health Services standards.
Yes, the confusion is very real, and it is a bit painful.
Speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So how about this then? Because Eric makes a very good point. So if you just remove that second line where it identifies the number of infections and reported and things, and just leave everything else there. I want to congratulate our residents on maintaining social distancing during the first phase of the pandemic. It's not because we're recluses, isolation, washing hands are key. And just take that sentence with the numbers out of it.
Sure, that's
because
actually very good.
It's very arguable.
Yeah,
And,
very good at it. Well, I can live with that edit for sure.
and I also
I didn't
want
know
to
the letter to the Corinthians could be improved, but apparently so.
But I also want to follow up on what Councillor Butters says, because, I read War and Peace a long time ago, and it was quite a long read. You didn't challenge it, but boy, this is long.
Maybe I had
Very well written, but long.
Yeah.
Woody Allen said he took a speed reading course, and then the next day he read War and Peace in a half an hour.
Well, I actually watched that. I actually
he says it's about Russia.
I actually watched that episode of Saturday Night Live, and what Woody Allen said is he attended the Evelyn Wood sped reading course.
Well said.
Couple of you got it, right? Lisa, it just went right over your head, didn't it?
Who's Woody Allen? No, just joking.
Who's Evelyn Wood?
There are ways to shorten it if that's the will of council. There's no problem with shortening it, if that's the will.
I just think if you take out, I think if you just take out the numbers, Dean, it reads fine.
Okay.
So let's not give them points to argue, but rather the overall statement. And I think it's a good statement. I think it's a good idea for the Reeve to send out a letter, making people feel better, and at least you're not dropping $250 billion when you walk outside the MD office.
Oh, we will never be able to do that.
We got Justin to do that for us.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the edit, and the reason is that the numbers actually date the article, and this will be published in a couple of weeks hence, and those numbers could be very changed. Mm-hmm. So it could be changed for the better or worse. So I really appreciate the edit. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move that we approve the newsletter with that edit.
I have a question on. Sorry. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
No, my question's for something else.
Okay, go ahead with something else.
Well, we better deal with this one first, and then we'll go on.
There's nothing after this.
Well, I have a question on the J7.
Oh, all right. So you have a motion, Mr. Chair?
I thought we were on 18, and we haven't had a motion.
Yeah, I made the motion to approve as amended.
Did we call the question and vote?
No, you didn't. No, it's Seniors Week.
Yes. Yes. But this senior figured it out finally. Calling the question for 18, I have the motion from Paul Ryan, I believe.
Yes, you do.
Calling the question, all in favor? Starting with Paul. Ryan?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Paul Clark?
Yes.
Eric Butters?
Yes.
And Dean Cooper, yes. So that's 5-0. Now we're moving to inquiries of administration. Are there any inquiries of administration? I can only ask that you would be brief. It's a very important part of the meeting. But Eric, have you any questions of administration?
Not here, not in this section, I don't.
Okay. Paul Clark.
Yes, I'll probably be trying to be brief, Mr. Chairman. I brought it up at our mock meeting, and it was a serious question of whether the proponents or the people that would be involved in the Spray Lakes Road would allow that road to be used as an emergency road in the event of an evacuation requirement. And Eric was right in that it may be that the landowners and not Spray Lakes, but I assumed that Spray Lakes had a caveat on that when I asked the question. And so my question is, to administration is, Rob, have you considered that or thought about that? How would that?
I have not given any more thought because it was a mock meeting and I preferred it to be a mock question.
Okay. Well,
do you have a mock answer?
It is a real question now.
Then we'll have to get back to you on that, Councillor Clark.
Thank you.
I've had road agreements with Spray Lakes, and it has not involved a caveat. But that's just mine. I don't know about anybody else's.
Through the chair, if there was actually a state of local emergency, if there were, people aren't going to care if there's an easement or who the landowner is, they're going to get the heck out of Dodge. So they're not going to stick around if there's a fire or a flood at their heels. But I would think that in a state of local emergency, if it was to that we would have the power to allow access through any property or any easement that would protect our citizens.
I was only concerned that there may be some barriers on that road that would prevent people from getting on the road. I know there's a barrier at Highway 1A. It's not my concern. Is it's the barrier on Jameson Road, if there is one.
I don't believe it's.
So I agree with you.
Oh, no.
So I think we have asked the question, we've explored the dynamics, you've received the challenge of answering it, and that we should move on.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Paul Clark? You get more than one question. We charge more for the second one, Lo.
What? You get two?
No more. No more. I've used up my time.
Lisa?
I just wanted to thank administration for the great road cleaning that happened this year. I thought the new contractors did an excellent job. They were in and out really fast, and I've had a few people from the different hamlets contact me and commend the work that was done this year. So thank you.
Okay.
Oh, pass along. Thank you.
Paul Ryan?
Yeah, so I guess a bit of a comment. So administration has been dealing with the current situation, and so we have staff that's in-house and we have staff that's working from home, and our IT people apparently hooked everybody up and it seems to be working okay. So I have one question of administration, and this is to all of our administrators that are here right now. How are you guys doing?
Same as you, hanging in there. We make the best of it. We're professionals, and we do what needs to be done to make sure the corporation moves forward. I mean, I got to give shout outs to everybody for working at home, still getting the work done. Our operations guys didn't miss a beat with making sure that we had clean water and sanitary services, road equipment, road services going on. So yeah, it's a shout out to all of us staff for really in trying times being able to pull it all together and be professional and get the job done.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank and appreciate our administration for adapting to something that happened very, very quickly in a small shop. And from what I can see from where I am, I think these guys are doing a great job. So that was my question to administration. How you doing?
Thank you. Good question. Good answer. Appreciate both of them. All right, I have nothing to bring forward at this time. So we're now moving down into correspondence. Items J, 1 through 7. Eric, I thought you might have an issue there.
Yeah, I remember we talked about this a while ago, and I've forgotten, and I don't have to have the answer today, but it talks about streetlights. My questions are, how many streetlights do we have, and what's the annual cost to the MD?
Okay, we can get that for you.
Thank you.
Total streetlights or with the LED exchange?
No, streetlights.
Streetlights, okay. Total streetlights and the total cost of operations. Okay. Anything else? Items 1 to J, folks?
I'll move omnibus.
Omnibus motion from Paul Ryan.
Omnibus J, 1 through 7.
Okay. Calling the question. All in favor, starting with Eric.
In favor.
Paul Clark.
Favor.
Lisa Rossfeld.
Approve.
Paul Ryan.
Aye.
And myself in favor as well. I have come to the end of the agenda. Are there any agenda items left unfinished?
No, motion. We are doing this remotely, Mr. Chair, so I will make the motion to adjourn.
Okay, the motion to adjourn is before us. Calling the question. Eric?
Favor.
Lisa?
In favor.
Paul Clark?
No, I want to go on for another hour or two.